season begins late this afternoon. Out here having fun in the warm California sun. The world champion Anaheim Angels open up the season against their AL West rival Texas Rangers. And we are here an hour and a half before it begins on ESPN and launching our new HD service to see players like Alex Rodriguez, the major league leader in homers and ribbies last year, and see if the Rangers can make a move up the ladder as the Anaheim Angels did last year. Baseball's back. Baseball Tonight is back. I'm Chris Berman. It's a 90-minute extravaganza. We truly are Angels in the outfield right here. Last year, it ended thunderous World Series here in Anaheim. And back with us is Harold Reynolds. Now, let's see. We had a manager work with us last year, and that was Buck Showalter. He's on the field managing the Rangers.
Over there.
There was a manager with the Mets last year, but he's up with us now, and that's Bobby Valentine. Welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
Welcome.
Great being with you. Let's do it.
Truly a celebration opening day. What are your thoughts on opening day?
Well, if you've never done it before, it's kind of like going out on a date, you know, the first time you have that same anxiety, anticipation that maybe this is the special date that's going to lead to the celebration at the end of the year. It's also a time when guys line up and they truly feel the honor of wearing a Major League Baseball uniform.
Opening day for you, Harold?
Since I'm single, I guess I didn't have too many good first dates. I played on some poor teams, and you know, it's the one thing though on opening day, everybody feels like it's a chance for them to still win.
You know what opening day is? You know what it is? It is truly a celebration.
Baseball Tonight, presented by Radio Shack.
Well, we've already told you how excited we are here to open up the season, to be here in Anaheim. Bobby Valentine, Harold Reynolds, Chris Berman, down on the field. Who's more excited than the defending champs, and who's more excited than our own Andrew Jackson, Peter Gammons, and the main host of Baseball Tonight, Carl Ravitch? Good being with you guys.
Well, Boomer, it's a pleasure to have you out here as well, and thanks very much. And again, we're on the field of the world champion Anaheim Angels. Benji Molina, the man who catches a very good pitching staff, joins us. And Benji, we were here last October when Darren Erstad caught that ball. Where were you? What were you thinking?
First thing when the ball came out, I was thinking just try to get it yourself, man. Don't let anybody else catch it. So I tried to run out there, but it was too late. I wasn't the mount.
Especially we see John Lackey, opening day starter. He was in Double-A at this time last year. Francisco Rodriguez become a cult hero. He was in Double-A last year. Can these two guys be better than what we saw in the postseason?
I think they might be better a little bit. You know, they can get better a little bit, but they show so much. You know, so much on the mound. Their composure is so good. The pitchers, they can pitch. I mean, I don't think they could do any better than that, and that's really good.
Well, Benji may not be better. He's certainly a little bit bigger. As we've seen, he put on a little muscle. So anyone who questions the hunger or desire of the Anaheim Angels, Boomer, there's a very good answer for you right there. Back to you.
All right, guys, and of course the Angels are the shortest offseason they'll ever experience because opening day now, as you can see, is in March. Of course, it was April through the years, opening day memories, but you know what? Opening day is truly sacred. There are sellouts in all the ballparks. I mean, it's a holiday in Cincinnati. A lifetime of opening day moments. Here they are, starting with who else? The band. We kick things off with who else? The Bambino. April 18th, 1923. 74,000 strong gather in the Yankees' brand new stadium to watch Babe Ruth hit the first ever home run in the house he himself built. April 15th, 1947. As important an opener as there ever was, Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier. As sad an opener as there ever was, 1973. The late Roberto Clemente is honored by his Pittsburgh Pirates.
It is my honor at this time to announce and officially retire Roberto's number and uniform.
3-1 pitch. There's the drive into left field. That ball is going, and out of here. History has just tied Babe Ruth in the all-time home run parade.
3-2 pitch. Swung on. High fly ball. Way back. Might be. Could be. And in. And in. And in. Holy cow. Wow, did he hit that ball.
Dante Bichette. A high drive. Way back. And there's the storybook ending for the Rockies. The Rockies have won it on the home run by Bichette at last.
As you look down to get the sign, you have to contend with the snow blowing in your face. An opening day to remember or maybe to forget. Well, years from now, how many people will say they were there on opening day when they played through the snow at Yankee Stadium?
Back to back to back. How about that?
Bonds hits one high and deep to left field. Bonds hits one high down the line. This one is out of here. He hit it out. On opening day, he's done it again.
What will we see on opening day this year of the active players? Junior, and I remember a couple on opening night one time in Seattle, which we did. Harold, I know you were there. Greg Maddux, opening day, fairly automatic. What a surprise. Randy Johnson with K's. Mr. Valentine, the Mets do well on opening day.
How about that?
I wonder what old Case would have said about that. At any rate, we will see what happens in the next couple of days. We have plenty on this 90-minute preseason opening day edition of Baseball Tonight. We will predict the NL East and the AL East. Are the Braves going to be able to hold off Jim Thome and the Phillies? Tempers flared this spring. Should we do something about it seriously? Or is it just one of those springs? And we will hear from Barry Bonds. What could he possibly do for an encore this season? Stay with us. We'll be right back live in Anaheim.
Sensitive teeth, what do you do to avoid pain?
I de-ice my iced tea.
I microwave ice cream.
Stop the pain. Just change your toothpaste to dentist-recommended Sensodyne to build a barrier against pain.
It's easy.
Stop the pain. Change to Sensodyne.
Sweet 16 coverage continues tonight with Louisiana Tech versus LSU at 7 and Minnesota versus Texas at 9 on ESPN2.
We go where the stories are.
Here in New York,
investigate the issues.
War did break out in the Middle East.
Interview the people.
What did you make?
And uncover the truth.
We came here to Vietnam because it is the poorest of the states.
OTL Nightly. Weeknights following the late Sports Center on ESPN.
Baseball Baseball Tonight, presented by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Welcome back, everyone, to Baseball Tonight on the field here at Edison Field, where the only flags that are flying are AL West flags. Pretty soon they'll raise the banner for a World Championship, and we're joined now by Rafael Palmeiro of the Texas Rangers. We're sitting on a number of milestones this season. Tomorrow, Sammy Sosa could get to 500. You're 10 shy of 500 career home runs. Players like to say we never think about that, but still, in the offseason, you must realize you're 10 away from a magical mark. What is it like?
It's exciting to me. It's something that I never really thought I could do when I first started. But along with Sammy, we both started pretty much at the same time. It's a magical number. The guys that are at 500 are either in the Hall of Fame or are going to go in the Hall of Fame. So I'm not sure where that puts me, but it's a great group of guys that I'll be in with.
And you're recognized as one of the premier hitters, not just home run hitters in the game. And you've got A-Rod and you've got Juan. There's a lot of talk around baseball about Mark Teixeira. How good is this young hitter?
He's great. I mean, he's going to be a great player in this game. The thing that impresses me most is the adjustment that he makes. He was able to make a lot of adjustments in spring training. He's very impressive. He's got a lot of power.
He's got power. You have new power here with Buck Showalter. Good luck this season.
Thank you very much.
Rafael Palmeiro, thanks very much. Since '93, Boomer, we talked about Sammy Sosa a second ago. There's Sosa, there's Bonds, then there's Rafael Palmeiro as far as home runs being hit. Back to you.
All right, guys, and people, Carl and Peter and Rafael Palmeiro almost at 500 home runs and so high on some of the other lists. All right, let's get right to it. We're going to look at the Eastern divisions. We're going to put you guys on the spot. Is that all right?
Here we go.
All right. Now,
I know he's ready.
Last year, Atlanta has won the East 8 million years in a row. They edged Montreal by 19 games last year. The Yankees beat Boston by 10.5 in the AL East. Where are you headed? Who wants to start this thing?
I'll start this off. I'm picking Atlanta to win the National League East because they got the best outfield in baseball, for one. Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, and Jerry Sheffield. Dangerous. But I think Mike Hampton, if healthy and throwing like he can, will win 15 games for them. Bobby?
I've never rooted for the Braves, so I can't start now and say they're going to win. Okay, I just can't do it. But I think that Larry Bowa's enthusiasm can get into the gut of his players. I hope that his enthusiasm can get into the minds and the hearts of his fans. If, in fact, it happens, what the Rally Monkey did here in Anaheim last year, Bowa's enthusiasm could do the fans in Philly and tear that place down at the end of the year.
They could. Or boo it. They could do that too.
They've done that before.
You like Boston? Going against the grain in the East.
Yeah, I did. I had to do it, and I like Bo, and I like that team. They put together a really fine team.
Yeah, they have. Yes, they have. Let's go down to Carl. Let's see where Peter's going on this thing.
All right, Boomer, thank you. We saw Atlanta and New York. I mean, Boomer jokingly said a million years. When you win 11 straight division titles, it seems like a million, but the Yankees, not too shabby, have won 5 in a row. You like them again?
No, I like the Yankees. I like the Braves because I'll tell you why. I'm really worried about Hampton and Bird's injury, but the team in the field and John Smoltz in that bullpen. Bobby Cox is a genius at putting together a bullpen, and John Smoltz is one of the great closers of the last decade, and he is a dominant factor. I love the Yankees because their lineup is really good. I like what they have in terms of starting pitching, but while they have injuries, I think Jose Contreras is going to turn out to be the most important guy. While they have Juan Acevedo close, he's going to be what Mariano Rivera was to Wetland in '96. When a couple of those veteran pitchers can't make it to 30 starts, he can take over and start. He's a great pitcher, and they're going to have a lot of competition because I think the Red Sox will be the wild card.
I agree with you on that. We'll go back to Boomer and remind you we'll have much more picks coming up a little bit later. Chris?
Yeah, we'll look at all the Easts and the Centrals and the Wests, and you know what? It's an exciting time for us here, though, at ESPN, because as we get set for baseball, we're bringing in a new age of television as well. Those of us ESPN lifers, we like to say, another day, another service. It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Right now, as you watch on ESPN, we are launching ESPN HD. Pictures bigger, so much brighter, more detail. For example, we shot last night's three-way series here as Benji Gill followed Garrett Anderson with a home run for the Angels off the Dodgers in this yard last night. The Dodgers did come back to win at 6-5, but this is the start of the 21st century, and we personally are glad to be able to fly in the clouds. 5 years from now, you're going to know HD, you can't live without it. A new service here tonight on this show and on the game from ESPN. When we return, plenty more to come here from Anaheim as we roll on. Boy, can the Angels with their rings, can the Rally Monkey help bring the ring again here to Anaheim? We'll see. And you heard Carl talk about milestones. Every time Barry Bonds swings the bat, he's on the verge of another milestone. Let's going to be a season of milestones. We'll tell them in a minute.
See something you feeling?
Yeah, classic, size 10.
Catch me at a light, holla, I ain't hearing you, dog. You can't stop her. Classics on my mind on the way to Foot Locker.
I usually don't walk, but when F.A.B. bop pass it, you could better send some Reebok classics. It's good seeing the whole classic.
Yeah, size 10.
Like now.
Yeah, it's real simple. Feel the beat now. Go ahead, cop a pair, they classic Reebok.
Hot Sims, hot tubs, hot action. Brace yourself. The Sims are on your console. Rated T for teen.
EA Games.
Challenge everything.
They've been loved, they've been hated, but no team has been more dominant than those damn Yankees. Now on their 100th birthday, salute the Pinstripes, the Bambino to the Bronx Zoo.
You don't like it? You're fired.
Mr. October to Mr. November. Games that were perfect, players that were clutch. These pinstripes never fade. Damn Yankees. The marathon continues all this weekend, only on ESPN Classic.
At Thai Spice, you get your meal quick with our fast, casual dining atmosphere. Fresh. Each gourmet meal is cooked to order and bursts with flavorful spices and herbs for delightful tastes in every dish. And hot. From no spice to fire, it's Thai Spice for authentic Thai food prepared just for you. For fresh, convenient, and healthy, it's Thai Spice, with several locations to serve you throughout Orange County.
Shall we begin? First, let it breathe for a moment. Then draw in the bouquet. Next, take a small taste, letting the complexity of the flavors frolic upon your palate. Now spit it out.
I don't think so, wine guy.
Taste the amazing flavor of the new pepperoni Napa. Now you can get a large for just $13.99, only at Round Table.
So good. Well, the Rangers taking their infield practice. We're getting set for opening night in baseball. Here in the late afternoon at Anaheim, the Angels, the defending world champs, against the Texas Rangers. AL West battle to kick it off tonight. Tuesday, the Angels will finally receive the spoils of their victory. The rings valued at about $15,000 apiece. Now, the players have not yet seen these designs, but ESPN has. We're sneaky. We recently went north of the border to Calgary to see how Armenian jeweler Miran Armutlu makes lifelong dreams shine.
Welcome to Intergold, where we've had a very busy off-season producing the World Championship rings for the Anaheim Angels. What you're seeing here is the artwork stage. Before we do anything, we need to get into choosing the different sides that are going to be incorporated into the ring. I'd say we proposed between 80 and 90 different versions. At the end of the day, it's their story, and we wanted it to be very unique and different to them. At this stage, the milling machines create the actual mold from which the rings will be made. These machines are $500,000 milling machines that use cutters that are accurate to a millionth of an inch. The finest cutter that we use to create some of these molds are a tenth of a human hair. Once the molds are cut, we move to the next stage of the process where the molds are injected with wax to create a wax impression of the ring. The molds are injected with wax at 350 degrees at about 120 to 130 psi of pressure. It takes approximately 5 to 7 seconds, and the end result is a wax impression of the ring. Liquid plaster is poured over the wax molds. The hardened plaster is placed in these ovens where the oven reaches 1350 degrees, at which time the wax is eliminated. We shoot 14 karat gold into the plaster mold. That's about 1780 degrees. This is what gold rings look like before they're polished. They have absolutely no luster. You probably wouldn't pick it up off the street if you saw it. It's not until the gold is polished where it takes on a full luster and turns into something you'd want to wear. Each ring is comprised of 4 pieces. He's using a 14-karat solder, which melts at approximately 1600 degrees to bond the pieces together. Each ring contains 57 diamonds and 15 rubies for a total gem weight of over 3.5 carats. Each stone is individually measured and set by hand. This is probably the longest part of the manufacturing process, where it takes about 5.5 to 6 hours to set each ring. Et voila, the finished product. It's taken 68 craftsmen 30 days to complete the project. The ring weighs 60 grams compared to a normal wedding ring of 5 to 6 grams. One side of the ring has the player's name and the year. The other side has the Angels' first championship over the replica of the stadium. And the fattest finger award goes to Mike Scioscia at size 15. And no, the Rally Monkey does not get a ring.
So the rings coming to the Angels on Tuesday, but Randy Johnson says, you know, we kind of like our rings from a year before. He's on the verge of a major milestone. We'll tell you that, but talk about major. It could be tomorrow on ESPN at 1 o'clock. Sammy Sosa against Tom Glavine. 1 homer gives him 500. Milestones next.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? For more cargo room, more people room, or more headroom. Enterprise. So easy, it's like having a second car. Or third.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Inside every can of Minwax is the secret to enhancing wood's natural beauty. Minwax rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes make it easy to turn any house into a beautiful home. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Hey, Bob. Hey.
You get a new haircut?
No. Hey, Bob. Hey, did you lose weight?
Your jacket, Bob?
Nope.
What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com.
Called the sitter and walked the dog, and I saw the doctor.
Ask your doctor and see the difference.
Give him the card.
You're bound to have a good time with Verizon Wireless and unlimited text messaging for only $2.99 monthly access. Plus, share unlimited night and weekend minutes on the America's Choice National Family Share Plan. So don't miss out on some surefire fun. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Elias, I have to go back to my convention. Yeah, I know, but I have a convention. Bueno.
Come on.
I have to go to my convention. I know. I wish I could stay. We got married. I have to go. I love you. I'll call you. But you know, one more thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you smell so good.
ESPN.com presents ESPN Motion, capturing sports as it should be, in motion. Log on to ESPN.com and see how you can watch up-to-the-minute news, highlights, analysis, and interviews. ESPN Motion, television on your computer, only at ESPN.com.
Heading towards game time, 5 o'clock right here out west. The Anaheim Angels set to defend the World Series crown against the Texas Rangers. And since expansion in 1969, 32 world champions, only 9 have better or improved the record from the previous season. Trying to get the Texas Rangers off on the right foot, the man who sat next to us last season, Buck Showalter. Thanks for being with us. We know how you approach a season. What have the players said to you?
Well, I think they're very excited, Carl. You know, reality is around the corner. But I think they're tired of hearing my rhetoric down in spring training. They're ready to play against some people that really matter. And, you know, hey, we'd all like to stay down in spring a little longer, but hey, it's
no, we wouldn't. No. I'm ready to start.
But well, it's time to show me yours and show me ours and see what happens.
Can you have enough starting pitching to contend?
No team can. You know, I've heard some of the complaints out of Anaheim. They're concerned about theirs. obviously our guys, with exception of our front three guys, don't have a whole lot of track record, so that creates a little uncomfort of not being real comfortable with it. But the only way to get that comfort track record is to run them out there, Peter.
Last season, everybody went to spring training, went to the Rangers complex. They talked about, boy, Blaylock's going to be a superstar. Teixeira's coming. They're both here now. Can you sort of talk about exactly the potential that both have?
Well, first of all, you got to love a guy whose name is Tex in Texas, Teixeira in Texas. But I think the thing that caught me the most, Carl, is the attitude and the approach that our young players, position players have. Obviously, they're very skilled, and Teixeira and Blaylock and Michael Young and Kevin Minch, who's going to be here shortly with an injury, and Lance Nix, who was very impressive. I go on and on, but so many things that challenge young players off the field are not going to challenge these guys. They had great upbringing, and they've got a grip on reality. And on top of that, they're very talented.
And having just seen Teixeira, who wears number 9, looks a little bit like Roger Maris. He looks, he got a little Mickey Mantle in him. He looks like a ball player.
That's pretty sacred.
It is pretty sacred. On a team, too, with a bunch of superstars. Buck, best of luck to you.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to miss you this season, but we'll enjoy watching you.
No, you won't. You'll have Bobby going there. Y'all keep it going.
You're right. You're out. You're gone. It's time for Valentine to move in. Well, this is a team made up of superstars, the Texas Rangers. Earlier, we talked to Rafael Palmeiro, 10 shy of 500. Tomorrow on ESPN, Sammy Sosa could reach 500. There are pitchers. Everyone knows about Roger Clemens going for 300. How about David Cohn at 40, 7 wins shy of 200? Just some of the many milestones which can be reached in 2003. Milestone, a significant point in development. See also Barry Lamar Bonds.
Two-run pitch drive to deep center field. Barry Bonds is formally inducted into Major League Baseball's 600 Club.
Father Time is yet to catch Barry. His 2002 season was perhaps his best ever at the plate. So what might this 38-year-old do for an encore? With 48 home runs this year, Bonds will pass his godfather and childhood idol Willie Mays for third all-time in home runs with 661 career round-trippers. Barry Bonds has become the second man in the history of baseball with 40 homers and 40 steals in one season. Bonds' legs might help him reach another landmark this season. He needs just 7 stolen bases for 500 career swipes, which would make him the first player ever to have both 500 home runs and 500 stolen bases.
And Bonds is going to be walked.
With 78 base on balls in 2003, Bonds will reach another impressive milestone, joining Ted Williams, Babe Ruth, and Rickey Henderson with 2,000 or more career walks. Entering this season, only 17 major leaguers have hit 500 or more home runs. This could change in a hurry. Sammy Sosa enters 2003 with 499 career blasts. With 43 home runs, Sosa will pass Ernie Banks as the Chicago Cubs' all-time home run hitter. 3 others have their sights set on 500 home runs this season. Rafael Palmeiro of the Rangers had only 25 in his first 874 big league at-bats. He continues to get better with age. Palmeiro needs just 10 homers, and he's got 500. Fred McGriff, a consistent 30 home run, 100 RBI man, enters his 18th season 22 shy of the 500 club. And then there's Ken Griffey Jr., once considered a threat to Hank Aaron's record. Jr. needs to stay healthy. He hits 32. He gets to 500. The race for 400 home runs heats up as well this season. Leading the way, veteran first baseman Andres Big Cat Galarraga. He is set to back up J.T. Snow in San Francisco, and the Big Cat needs just 14 round trippers to reach 400. Astros slugger Jeff Bagwell, 20 home runs shy of the 400 club. He needs 31 hits to reach 2,000. Frank Thomas, looking to prove his critics wrong this season, needs just 24 home runs. He will get to 400, and Matt Williams is only 26 shy of the milestone. Only 20 pitchers in Major League history have 300 wins or more. Roger Clemens is on track to make it 21 this season. The 6-time Cy Young Award winner needs only 7 victories to join this exclusive club. The Rocket also can reach another milestone in 2003. 4,000 strikeouts. Clemens needs 91 Ks to join Steve Carlton and Nolan Ryan as the only others with 4,000 or more. 20 for the big unit. Don't count Randy Johnson out of the 4,000 strikeout club either. The big unit needs 254 punch-outs to reach 4,000. In his 4 seasons with the Diamondbacks, the big unit has averaged 354 strikeouts a year. If Johnson wins 26 games in 2003, he would tally 250 career wins. Johnson had a career-high 24 wins last year. Tom Glavine has a more realistic chance at reaching 250 wins this season. The newest Mets lefty needs only 8 wins to get there. What about 200 career wins? David Wells needs a 15-win season to reach it. Wells had 19 victories last season. Injury-prone Kevin Brown is 17 wins shy of 200, and Wells' teammate Mike Mussina needs 18 wins this season. And it's not just players approaching milestones either. Cardinals manager Tony La Russa needs only 76 wins to become just the 8th manager in Major League history to get 2,000 victories. Baseball tonight will be able to chronicle, folks, all the milestones throughout the course of the season as you see the players joining the 500 club potentially, and just what a boon it's been since 1980-2003. 4 players within 32 of 500, and talking about sacred ground. Palmeiro at 490, the only person between he and 500 is Lou Gehrig, who's got 493. Chris?
You know what, Ravi, just seeing those names that those guys will pass as they move up to the early 500s. We just saw it with Bonds and McGuire. It's amazing. Will we see Sammy at 500? We'll be at Shea Stadium, chilling Shea Stadium tomorrow. 1 Eastern, 10 here on the coast. Cubs and Mets. Rick Sutcliffe will join me there. Expos Braves on ESPN 2. Then at 4 o'clock, a pair of games. Pirates and the Reds News Stadium at 4 Eastern. John and Joe go there. Brewers and the Cardinals on ESPN 2 at 4. And then the Yankees open up north of the border with Roger Clemens at the Blue Jays at 7 Eastern on ESPN 2. All right, we gave you our East. Now let our analysts look at the Central. And just thinking that, A, the Miracle Twins, who won their division by 13.5 last year, everybody's on them. And then in the Central last year, the Cardinals won by 13 games. And so, Bobby, you're headed back to those 2 teams, aren't you?
Well, I am headed back to those teams. Actually, I think St. Louis, with their outstanding defense and their very balanced lineup. I mean, they're top to bottom of their lineup, can steal, they can hit homers, they can hit for an average, and they can all play defense. Scotty Rowland added to that defense. I think that's 2 to 3 big ones: offense, hitting, pitching, and defense. And the Twins do those 3 things as well as anyone. They play it in the field, they play it at the plate and around the bases, and they play it in the middle of the diamond. They can pitch well. So I think the Minnesota Twins will be a team to be reckoned with for a long time, especially this season.
I think I'm going to shock everybody with my pick. The Reds. I like Cincinnati. The Reds. I think Griffey's going to stick it to everybody who's been dogging him for the last 3 years. He's going to have a big season. In my mind, if he can carry a club, he's a guy that can do that. He makes everybody around him better, and they have got a solid nucleus that I think we forget about. The Twins, I agree with you, Bobby. They catch the ball better than anybody in baseball. They've got Gold Glovers around the field, and Corey Koski, he's got a chance to win another Gold Glove, and that's another addition at third base. I think they're solid all the way around.
Excitement, boy. What a miracle season the Twins had, and you're saying they're going to have another one. Well, let me throw it back down to you, Carl and Peter. But, you know, Jess, when it took us 2 years to loosen up Showalter, now he's going to go tight again on us, huh?
He went tight on us. You know, Peter, everybody says this season, who's this year's Angels? Last year, the Angels improved 41 games. The Cubs won 67 last year. They improved 30. That's 97. They have a chance. I saw CHC next to your name. You like the Cubs?
Yeah, I think the Cubs could win 20 to 25 more games and win it. And the reason is they're great pitching. I mean, Kerry Wood, I think, is going to have a monster year. Pryor is outstanding. Zambrano, Clement. They've got a deep bullpen with Reminger, Cruz. I mean, I just love that staff. It's a very good division, a 4-team race. And I also love the Twins in a very tough race with the White Sox. They have the best bullpen in the league, and I love their starting pitching. It's much better than last year. Rogers a great addition. This guy, Kyle Loesch, my guess is going to be a guy that jumps from 13 wins to 18 to 20 and leads that staff. The Twins have so much talent. They were definitely the best team in Florida.
There are very few weaknesses. They have the pitching, they have the defense, they have the offense. Peter and I come back, so do Chris, Bobby, and Harold. And when we do, a penny for this guy's thoughts. That's what Vladimir was after. Peter Gaiman's offers a proposal to put an end to all the fisticuffs on the field. That's ahead. Also ahead of us here, a return to the series. Barry Bonds sits down for a conversation and asks, Barry, who are the 4 best players in baseball right now? And we'll look at the web gems from the spring, the best defense that the guys had to offer. That's ahead on Baseball Tonight from Anaheim.
100th anniversary V-Rod. Claim yours before they're gone.
It's the dugouts, the warm-ups, the smell of the gloves, the dreams. It's the double plays, the bunts, the steals, the diving catches. It's the bigs. It's the bottom of the ninths. It's the 3 and 2s. It's the gones. The plays are made with Rawlings.
Little boy asks his neighbors why they're always working on their yard. Neighbor looks up. Nothing more relaxing. Nothing wrong with getting your hands dirty, she adds. Little boy's dad asks how they manage it all. Neighbor nods across the yard. Nothing runs like a deer. John Deere lawn and garden tractors. Durability, precision, versatility, and exclusive support for everyone who puts more into their yard and expects more out of their tractor.
Great devotion to a single purpose. That defines a team. Those who stumble but still find the will to rise up. Risking pain for the chance to stand out from the crowd. And having tasted both victory and defeat, steadily raise expectation. The NCAA Championships on ESPN.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett Packard. Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What?
Radio Shack.
Sunday Night Report, brought to you by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
$5 opening day programs.
Less than 1 hour, folks, until the first pitch. Edison International Field, the scene of the opening night game between the Anaheim Angels and the Texas Rangers.
Of coverage of Major League Baseball on ESPN. It all begins here tonight. You're looking pretty good, Joe, despite the heavy toll of all those many years. All right, now, last year, Game 7, World Series, right here in this ballpark. It was John Lackey on the mound, facing sluggers like Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent of the Giants. Now he's back, the opening night starter for the Angels, facing more sluggers like Alex Rodriguez, Rafael Palmeiro, and Juan Gonzalez of the Rangers.
And the interesting thing, though, John, is the Angels scored more runs than did the Texas Rangers last year. And they did it by being aggressive at the plate, being aggressive on the base path, putting the ball in play. And this is a great example. Last year in Game 6 of the World Series, they're down 5-0. Felix Rodriguez throwing hard, making a lot of good pitches. Spezio just fights him off, fouls him off, and takes a few out of the strike zone until he gets a pitch down and in. Watch. He get this pitch down in, he hits it out of the ballpark, and that started him on the road back from a 5-0 deficit to a win.
All right, and an historic win. They were 8 outs away from elimination, and they came all the way back and won that one, and then won the World Series. Now, the question is, can the world champion Angels repeat?
Well, John, I think they have to keep that team concept in the front of their minds. They have to be aggressive. They have to play the game the same way. Put the ball in play, steal a few bases, and put runners in motion, and I think they can repeat.
Right, and all those names we became so familiar with last October, they're all still here. The Angels kept them all together, so we'll see them tonight. It all gets started again, and will be Ismael Valdez for Buck Showalter's Texas Rangers, himself a former Angel, Valdez, and John Lackey for Anaheim. Stay tuned. Now, we're going to take you back to Carl Ravitch.
John, thank you. Here at tonight's opening lineups, and for the first time in a long time, in fact, since 1991, it is not Pudge Rodriguez behind the plate, but Einar Diaz. Glanville in center field. Dougie, the 5th different center fielder in the last 5 years for the Texas Rangers. The names in the middle of that lineup fairly familiar. The Angels, as John said, didn't change much. In fact, this is the same lineup that they put on the field most of last season. They changed only 2 bench players. And everyone who says they had career years last year, most agree only Adam Kennedy had a career year. Peter, you look at the Angels, you look at the Rangers, teams that mirror their managers. Feisty guys. This spring we saw a lot of feistiness on the field. Fights. How do you propose that gets stopped?
Well, I don't think you stop fights, but I think there are a couple. First of all, they have got to restore the natural law of the jungle. Umpires, don't give a warning just because a legal officer says to do it after the first guy gets hit. Allow the retribution, let something happen. But my beef after that is we don't need the streaming video of everybody coming, bullpen catchers running out on the field. Let the people on the field take care of it, but anyone who leaves the dugout or leaves the bullpen gets fined, second offense, you get suspended. We don't need all those people on the field stepping on one another.
It does leave the one guy who got hit, who's in a fight, though, against 9 guys in the field, does it not?
That will never happen.
Okay. All right, thanks, Peter. Back to you.
All right, Carl, Peter, Bobby, Harold, you've been around the game a long, long time. These brawls, and of course, you're in the middle of the Piazza Moto one last year, but is it part of baseball, or do they need to get eliminated out somehow?
It's absolutely part of baseball, and it's always part of baseball tonight, and the fans like it. So let's not get into this stuff. Let's not have them, but let there be a good reason. And if a guy goes out and they're going to have a fight, make sure the penalty is stiff enough to justify the means. You got to fine them and suspend them. And when you suspend a player in baseball, it's got to be without pay. Now a guy's going to think twice about throwing at someone's head or about running out there to the mound.
They'll never do that, though, without pay. That's a serious fine.
They do it in other sports. This is a serious business. The guys are making a lot of money. $3,000, Harold, to Mike Piazza is nothing.
But you know what? Sometimes when you get hit, it doesn't matter what the severity of the fine is. You're still going to go after that guy. I think it's got to be policed by the people that are in the game. I totally agree. This is a situation right here where they've thrown at Vladimir Guerrero constantly inside trying to take back home plate. Well, he's had enough. He's going to take part of it. That's part of the game. You know, and then all of a sudden, now if someone retaliates for Vladimir, he cannot sit back and not go ahead and take care of things for that pitcher that throws at somebody for him. I think they got to allow the players and the umpires to police the game better.
Well, let me bring Peter in for a minute here to this discussion. Peter, you know, once upon a time, it may be the same thing as pitching inside way back when with, and we're not going back to the Stone Age here, a guy like a Bob Gibson. I mean, these pitchers pitched inside all the time, and it seemed to take more to precipitate a bench-clearing brawl. So do you think that it should take more to precipitate one? That the players are too edgy?
Well, I mean, I think there are a lot of hitters that are overly sensitive. I think Vladimir's one of them. I mean, he's only been hit twice in 2 years by Florida. I mean, guys want to protect their turf. Pitchers want to pitch inside. Hitters like Vladimir want to try to intimidate pitchers to keep them from pitching inside because they want to extend their arms. But that's part of the law of the jungle. I think that they have to allow guys to be able to come back. You know, if your team gets hit, you've got to be allowed to come back and hit somebody as long as you do it right. I just think that the melees with 50 people running around on the field for 20 minutes can get pretty silly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let me, Bobby, you played in the area that I'm talking about, Gibson, Marichal. I mean, that was how you pitched. Should that be? I mean, should it go back to that?
Absolutely. I think you have to go back to that. Players have to get used to getting hit. I led leagues in getting hit. I got hit in the cheekbone. It broke my face, pushed it down 3.5 inches. I came back and played. That stuff happens. And as far as everyone being out on the field, I don't think it's such a big deal. I think more guys get hurt in victory celebrations than they get hurt in these melees, if you will. Let everyone get out there. You teach them. You teach your team to eat together, to drink together, to play together, and to fight together. That's part of that code that you're teaching every team. I think it's got to happen.
I think also, you know, Peter made a point, and it was a subtle point, but a very big point, hitting guys properly. You know, we have the thought that every brawl started because a ball was thrown at somebody's head. No, you can hit a guy in the leg. The message is sent. That's how you police the game. Do things properly. And I think that's what we're missing in today's game. Fundamentals, that's a part of fundamental baseball, is how to hit a guy properly and retaliate properly. That's a proper fundamental in baseball that we're missing.
And you got guys out there who haven't been hit and haven't played the game trying to make the rules. Forget it. Let the players, the umpires, and people in uniform take care of this stuff.
Well, you talk about fundamentals. We're going to move it to something a little bit different. Defensive plays, all right? Now, we like showing them every night on Baseball Tonight with Web Gems. How about defensive plays, the Web Gems of spring training? I know not the regulars aren't out there more than 3, 4, 5 innings. Here's a chance for maybe some of the backups to impress. Some of the plays we saw, Melvin Mora for the Orioles.
Bobby, you had him a long time. Melvin can play some positions, huh?
Yeah, he can play them all well, too. Very good center fielder.
Marcus Giles, a little spearhead at second for the Braves.
Little guy with some leaping ability.
Shea Hillenbrand at third for the Red Sox, subject to many a trade rumor. All-star season for him last year. Darren Bragg, you know he doesn't worry about running into a wall.
No, and he plays hard every minute that he's out there here, even in spring training.
Wow. You know why he's a Connecticut guy, Bobby? Wolcott, Connecticut.
This is a guy you're going to see make a lot of great plays. Orlando Hudson, tremendous range. You see how far he went to go get that ball?
He's second base for Toronto, of course. Chipper now getting it home in left field, isn't he?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I still think Braves best outfield in baseball, but Torrey Hunter, maybe the best center fielder in the game. Andrew Jones right there with him. He can go get him, huh?
No doubt about it.
Felipe Lopez, shortstop of the Reds.
They really like this guy. They even talking about having Barry play a little outfield, so this guy plays more.
Well, so those are some of the gems that we saw in spring training. I think we're going to play a little bit with baseball tonight. There's something we call 3 up and 3 down, which, of course, is what you want if you're a pitcher or if you're a manager, etc. So let's take it to defense, guys. Let's look at 3 teams who you think are good defensively, and that'll be you, Bobby, and then 3 teams who you think a little bit of work. Bobby, 3 up. How about 3 up?
Yeah, St. Louis, and I mentioned Roland and all their Gold Glovers. Of course, Minnesota, and we cannot forget the Mariners. And the key with these 3 teams is they all have outstanding first basemen, guys with range when they're off the field. There's John Olerud, and guys with range when they're at the bag. They're tall. They save a lot of throws. They have a lot of range. Minkiewicz can play dive and pick it out of the dirt. And Derek Lee, most underrated guy coming up that you've ever seen. He can play first base. He can pick it like that. He can move it, and he caught more balls at first base than any other National League first baseman last year.
Before I move to Harold here, look, it's interesting, you pick first base. That's not usually the first position you go to when you talk about defensive guys. I'm going to take it back to your early days Dodgers.
Tommy Hutton.
Tommy Hutton, of course. My partner, Tommy Hutton, excellent. Wes Parker.
Absolutely.
Was he the best? Hernandez, Mattingly.
Wes Parker was really smooth, saved the errors of the infielder, and made all the plays without looking. Keith Hernandez was great. And of course, I mentioned Tommy Hutton. I played with all those guys, and they were 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, however you look at it. They can pick it at first.
Well, that's an important, right, saving the errors. Now, making the errors, making pitchers get 4 or 5 outs an inning. Lee.
Well, I think the biggest thing, the Astros defensively to me, we talked about range from the first base. I think range as a team. The Astros are a surprising team to me because I don't think they're going to defend very well at all. You got a second baseman in Kent who doesn't have a whole lot of great range. Your first baseman has been hurting the whole year. And then you move Biggio to center field. This guy, no disrespect to Craig, I think he's got a chance to be a Hall of Famer at second base with the numbers he put up. But center field, I don't get it. The Mets, to me, they struggled defensively last year quite a bit. I talked about the Braves being the worst, the best outfield. I think the Mets have the chance to be the worst outfield in the big leagues. And then the White Sox, they just flat out don't catch the ball. I would have picked them to win their division and go a long ways in the postseason, but they haven't caught the ball for 3 seasons. And if you don't catch the ball, you allow the other team to have 4 outs in a big league game, you're in trouble. You got to catch the ball. That's the key to winning.
And that's been through years what's been one of the bugaboos with the Dodgers, right? I mean, they're close. I don't mean back then. I mean, in the last 10, 20 years, geez, they're close. They don't make those plays. Sometimes the scantest of margins make the difference between a pennant and a non-pennant. When we return, our discussions continue here on our 90-minute baseball tonight. Our controversy on the strike zone and the umpire's interpretation thereof. And there was no controversy here in Anaheim about the way the Angels came back in Games 6 and 7. We'll hear in their own words what it was like last October.
Ladies and gentlemen, the technology offensive has begun. Observe. Laser-guided adaptive cruise control, a rear-view camera, suspension that lowers at speed, headlights that turn to illuminate your path on curves.
Enough. So, what do we do now?
Introducing the entirely new Lexus RX 330, putting the world on notice again.
What do we do now?
K-Swiss, break it down like this. Break it down, K-Swiss. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. They're the classics, if you're gonna ask, kid. With an old school vibe that's outlasted. They're just a blast from the past, what's got them all past. Still in the race, no disgrace, and never last, kid. Can't stop, won't stop, never quits. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss.
For more than a decade, we've gone where the stories are.
New York.
We've investigated the issues.
Answers now from Russia.
We've interviewed the people.
What did you make of these statistical numbers?
And uncovered the truth.
We came here to Vietnam because it is the poorest of the sneaker-making countries.
You've enjoyed this Emmy Award-winning journalism for years, and now it's on 5 nights a week.
2 replica jerseys did what a luxury SUV could not.
If war did break out in the Middle East, would they?
OTL Nightly, weeknights following the late Sports Center on ESPN.
Crevier was just named the #1 selling BMW center in the nation. And we'd like to celebrate by making a pledge to the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. So for every mile you test drive a new or certified pre-owned BMW, we'll donate $1 in your honor. Stop by. Together, we'll drive out breast cancer.
Most people shop at Howard's because of their great selection of big screen TVs.
Not so fast. I say it's for the huge selection of brand name appliances.
No, big screen TVs.
No, appliances.
Big screens.
Appliances.
Big screens.
Well, people also shop at Howard's for their guaranteed low prices, outstanding customer service, and next day delivery.
Big screens.
Honey, I'm telling you, it's appliances.
Big screens.
Appliances, big guy.
Enjoy a beer in front of a washing machine one time.
Last season, you see the numbers. Most of the majors in homers and ribbies. What does A-Rod have in store this season? He's been hurt a lot this spring, but as you can see, he's raring to go tonight. Opening night, Rangers at Angels. After this edition of Baseball Tonight, in about 37 minutes. The strike zone is constantly changing in baseball. Some umpires call a high strike zone, others a low strike zone. Now Major League Baseball is trying a new way to enforce a uniform strike zone, and most players have never even heard of a device called the Umpire Information System by Quest Tech. Sal Palantonio investigates.
Joey Eishin, a left-hander for the Montreal Expos, delivers a breaking ball to Timo Perez of the Mets. The umpire calls it a ball, but Quest Tech, the system selected by Major League Baseball to evaluate the men in blue, calls it a strike.
The adoption of Quest Tech is in an effort to provide a uniform, accurate strike zone to players in an era when we have 80 to 90 umpires in a season who don't typically see the same club more than 2 or 3 times.
For the last 2 years, the Quest Tech system has been used on a trial basis. It is now currently installed in 13 stadiums to evaluate how well umpires are calling balls and strikes. Using 4 cameras, a computer, and 1 operator, the system will track the estimated 280 pitches thrown in an average Major League Baseball game. The Umpires Union doesn't like it one bit.
The Quest Tech system is just not accurate enough for the major leagues. We're talking about the major league pitchers who put rotation on balls. Balls break, they move. And this system is not able to track the movement put on a ball by major league pitchers. It may predict a ball within about 6 inches, but that's just not close enough to be of any usefulness in evaluating major league umpires.
Quest Tech said that this was a strike. That's supposed to be a strike? I mean, it's an embarrassment.
How do the cameras measure where the ball is going to go?
Under the Quest Tech system, the cameras track the ball for a part of the distance. The last portion of the flight of the ball, the last 4 to 8 feet, depending upon the ballpark, is projected by the system. The cameras don't see the ball at all.
Where and how the pitch reaches the catcher's glove is irrelevant to where that pitch is in relation to the strike zone. What the camera measures is the pitch as it crosses into the strike zone.
So you're clearly confident that it's accurately predicting
absolutely.
Where the pitches are arriving.
Right. You see,
across the strike zone. Because that's one of the contentions of the umpires.
This dispute is not about in my judgment, is not about the accuracy of the system. This is a dispute about the accountability of umpires for the strike zone as it's defined in the rule book.
The Umpires Union is not only raging against the machine. QuestTech is not a fully automated system. It requires one operator per ballpark to determine the upper and lower reaches of the strike zone. In most cases, that operator is not a current or former umpire.
Not only do they not have umpiring experience, they don't have the information from the system to adequately do the job. They attempt to define the strike zone using a photograph, a still photograph taken while the ball is on the way. Well, these batters are in movement, moving a lot.
The operator has no discretion other than establishing the upper and lower limit. But those are established against benchmarks that are pretty easily identified. The knee is not something that's difficult to pick up, nor is the belt buckle.
How could they call it a strike when their own camera shows that this pitch is above the strike zone?
To stop the use of QuestTech, the World Umpires Association has filed 2 grievances and is taking Major League Baseball to court. In the meantime, the system is in place.
The Commissioner's Office has announced that it expects umpires to make their calls 90% consistent with QuestTech, and that any umpire whose ball and strike calls are below 90% in agreement with QuestTech will be deemed as not meeting standards.
We're not looking to terminate any umpire because of his strike zone. What we are trying to do is motivate all umpires to reach an acceptable level of performance.
Hey, look, the point is, I think, fellas, and thank you, Sal, is that everybody wants, you're managing, you're playing, as uniform as it can be. I understand, although there are different individuals out there, but I don't think you guys buy that very much.
No, I mean, we're not taking an SAT for a college, going into college. I mean, there is not the same scale. To me, I think the system's flawed. I got 2 problems with it. One, you got camera angles that are not good. Anytime you lose the ball for 3 to 4 feet, the last 3 or 4 feet, there's no way you can make an accurate call. I'd be severely upset if I were one of the umpires. This is a terrible way to try to judge human error. Bobby, what do you got? I know where you're going. You're fired up.
No, Chris, there's a lot of very good umpires out there. There's no doubt about that. But you want to know who the lousy umpires are? I'll tell you. You don't have to get a computer. Those other managers will tell you who they are. And what you should do is allow the managers after a game to put a report in right then after a game. If an umpire has 5 reports issued, that same umpire by different managers around the league, go to the videotape, review the guy, and get him the heck out of here, because he probably is bringing down the game. We don't need computers. We don't need kids who've never played the game figuring out what a strike zone is, telling us who the guys are who should be officiating very, very big games at a very, very high level.
And I think the big thing, too, we miss here is that one of the things about being a veteran player in the big leagues, earning your stripes, you learn what the strike zone was with particular umpires, whether you're a hitter or whether you're a pitcher. And that played a big role in understanding and having the years of experience of understanding the game. We're taking that away from the players. I think we're missing a lot, because that's part of the feel of the game.
I concur. There was really a difference way back when the players didn't move. National League, American League strike zones, yeah.
Taking the field from the umps.
And I hate to say it, but they're putting such an emphasis on this strike zone stuff that they're forgetting the umpire also has to control the game. He has to call the guy out or safe on the bases. He has to look at the fair and foul lines. There's a lot more to umpiring than just raising your right hand up when the ball comes across the dish. Let's get it right. Let's let the people who are playing the game dictate how the game should be played.
The only thing I want to ask you, Bobby, is if you're going to file one of those reports, are you wearing a disguise or not?
They'll see.
You think he's going to put on a disguise? No, not at all.
When we return here in Anaheim, Peter's intriguing talk this spring with Barry Bonds. What's next for the magical left fielder of the National League champion Giants? And who picked the A's to win the World Series? They've gotten into playoffs. They haven't advanced. Is this their year? We'll be back with World Series picks and more.
unlimited means in the neighborhood, it means you can call your brother in Toledo for 2 minutes. And your mother in San Diego for 2 hours. And the pizza guy down the street right now. And every call is the same. Call anyone in the country, talk as long as you want, as often as you want, for one low monthly price. Rack 'em up, people.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
I am baseball obsessed.
MLB 2004 is very realistic. It makes you feel like you're part of the game.
You're able to select pitch location, selecting the type of pitch you're going to throw.
As a competitive person, I love having control. There it is.
Sometimes you win. Ding dong, was that the school bell? Do you have a pad and pen with you? Are you able to take down any of this? Sometimes you lose.
You gotta love the low prices at Walmart. MLB 2004, rated E for everyone. Available now at Walmart. Oh, he was safe.
You gelling?
No telling how much I'm gelling. You gelling?
You know I'm gelling. Hey, Ellen, you gelling?
I'm gelling like a felon. You want some melon?
Nah, but hey, I'm like mud gelling. I'm so gelling.
Nice.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles are made from the softest gel ever created. If you and your shoes don't feel outrageously comfortable, you get your money back. Guaranteed.
I'm gelling.
You're not gelling.
You're so not gelling.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl. Look, feel, do better.
The Bambino to the Bronx Zoo.
You don't like it? You're fired.
Mr. October to Mr. November. Salute the Pinstripes' 100th birthday with a marathon of classics. Damn Yankees continues all this weekend only on ESPN Classic.
Who can forget late October, Game 6, Game 7 of the World Series right here at the Big E in Anaheim when the Angels forged a comeback for the Agents. And you look back at that, maybe you say, maybe it was in the stars. In the National Football League, in the 42nd year of their existence, the New England Patriots won an improbable Super Bowl. So what happens? In their 42nd year, the LA/California/Anaheim Angels won the World Series. This is a team with a history of, a few heartbreaking postseason losses, but Angel history until last October was more of just mediocre baseball and finishing far up the track. But it certainly all changed. Nobody, certainly not the Angels, can ever forget what happened here in Game 6 and Game 7 against the San Francisco Giants.
And the pitch to Dunston. Swing and a drive to left, down the line. It is out of here! Rodriguez throws to Bonds, and Bonds hits a long one. This one is way back. Out of here!
Rodriguez a look, and here comes the pitch. Kent lines it, aimed to left center. That is a base hit. It is a 5-0 Giants lead.
I remember looking over to Joe, and we were down at that time, and I said, Joe, we're going to win this game. I think these guys are going to win this game.
Troy Gloss and Brad Fulmer got on base. I was basically thinking, we need a run here somehow, some way. Rodriguez was throwing hard, 97, 98, keeping everything away from me. I kept following pitches back, and on the 8th pitch, he happened to make a mistake and throw it over the plate. And just got enough of the bat on it. On the way to first base, it seemed like a half an hour, but I was praying on the way to first, and luckily it got out.
At the wall, he can't get it! Home run! And they're back in the ball game!
Just leading off, down by 2. You try and work the count a little bit, and he laid one in there, and he made a mistake, and just trying to put a good pass on the ball, and it went out. I sure wasn't trying to do that.
Here's the pitch by Worrell. Drive hit into right field. That ball is crushed. That ball is gone. And they are within 1 in the bottom of the 8th.
Trying to hit the ball on the ground, basically, just try to tie the game up and give ourselves a chance to continue. You're not trying to get it all back in one swing, but fortunately, we left the ball up. And I was fortunate enough to hit it in the gap and score both.
Nen delivers, and it's belted! Left field, in the gap! It's in there for a double! Here comes Biggins! Here comes Anderson! The Angels take the lead! 6-5!
I think Game 6 is probably one of the more extraordinary comebacks that I've been a part of. For us to whittle that lead down and come back in the fashion that we did, I think definitely carried over to Game 7.
I remember warming up before Game 7. Just you could hear those thunder sticks. We had really a lot of momentum going into that game, and I really just wanted to, start off well and keep that momentum rolling for us.
It was still early in the game. Situational at that time, he didn't have anywhere to put me at that point. There's nothing he could throw to get me out.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that's a shot down the right field line. A base hit. It rolls into the corner. Eckstein scores. Erstad scores. Salmon being waved home. And they all score! A 3-run double for Anderson. 4-1 Angels.
There's a lot of emotion to knowing I had two guys on and Kenny Lofton coming up there. So I told myself, just don't make a mistake with it. Make a quality pitch. Keep the ball away from it. And sure enough, as soon as I threw it out there, saw it headed right off to Erstad.
Not many people get to say they get to touch the last ball of the season, and especially Game 7 of the World Series. So it was pretty special. And looking back on it, I'm sure glad I didn't drop it.
When the game was over and Benji told me why he didn't jump on me after the last out, he said, I knew you were tired, so I decided when I got there not to jump on you. And now you see every picture where he's about 6 feet in the air jumping down on top of me.
The whole field transformed into something I'd never seen before. I mean, just all the celebrating on the field and under the lights and the fans, and it was very, surreal or dreamlike.
Did we have to show that?
Had to show that.
I mean, with all due respect to the Angels, and it was unbelievable. For one weekend, my Giants became the Red Sox. I don't know how it happened.
Wow.
But give all credit.
It was fun while it lasted, though.
Give all credit to the Angels. It was unbelievable, and nobody will ever forget it. Certainly no Giant fans. And I know you have, and there were memories other than just the great comeback, because it was a series of ebb and flow and amazing. The Bonds home run here in Game 2. Are you kidding me?
Rally monkey is what I know. Really, go back to even when I was in high school, 1978. I love the fact that Reggie Jackson and Bob Welch, that's what Barry Bonds and K-Rod reminded me of in the World Series last year. Remember this? When Welch struck out Reggie? And that was a huge strikeout. Reggie came back in Game 6, took him yard in New York. Reg, we don't have it. Okay, but then K-Rod had struck out Barry Bonds, so we don't show Barry striking out. And then we got in the line out, I should say. And then Barry came back and hit that Titanic home run. Those are the matchups in the Fall Classic that you will remember. I will always remember that. And that was a World Series memory for me with the Giants and the Angels.
And one side on the Giants, and we're about to hear from Barry Bonds, is that no one will ever talk again about he can't perform in the end. Please, can we put that one to rest, please? When we return, Peter will talk with Barry Bonds. 73 homers 2 years ago, 370 at the age of 38 last year. Is he one of the greats? Who are?
Who are the 4 greatest players of all time?
Right now, of all times, Hank has to be one, Babe Ruth has to be the other, Willie Mays has to be one, and my other one would have to be Ted Williams.
You're going to be in the top 4 when you're done?
Once I pass Babe Ruth.
All I need?
What I need
is one more pitch.
One more pitch.
Introducing MVP Baseball 2003. Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
When are we leaving?
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better, faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
Is your remote control ready for an endurance test? With MLB Extra Innings, your favorite players, your favorite teams are never more than a click away. Call 1-800-DIRECTV now and get up to 35 out-of-market Major League Baseball regular season games each week with the MLB Extra Innings package from DirecTV. It's only $139 if you order by March 30th. That's a $20 savings. All the action you and your remote can handle, only with MLB Extra Innings. Order now.
ESPN.com presents ESPN Motion, capturing sports as it should be, in motion. ESPN Motion revolutionizes online sports with the highest quality video highlights on the web. The fastest and easiest way to get all the breaking news and developments in the world of sports.
Matchups in every conference.
Log on to ESPN.com via your high-speed internet connection and see how you can watch up-to-the-minute news, highlights, analysis, and interviews. ESPN Motion, television on your computer, only at ESPN.com.
Edison Field nearly full. The same can be said about Shea Stadium tomorrow. Cubs and Mets at 1 Eastern time. Expos and Atlanta at 1 Eastern on ESPN2. Opening day continues on Monday. Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds in what was the traditional opener. St. Louis opens up the fence in the Central Cloud against the Brewers at 4 Eastern. Yankees and Blue Jays, ESPN2 at 7 Eastern. And don't forget baseball tonight. Our first home game during the regular season follows that game. Well, Edison Field is beginning to fill up. They're playing the top 5 memories from last year. Game 6 World Series, the fans voted #1. Didn't work well for the Giants, who, unlike the Angels, changed their whole look this season, but the constant is Barry Bonds.
Well, it is. Yeah, Richard Riley and I were kidding in the spring about, okay, he hit 73 home runs 2 years ago. He won the batting title last year. He should hit 400 this year. It only would have been 12 more hits would have gotten to 400. But you know, when you start talking to Barry, it always comes back to one thing, the tradition of his father, Bobby, and Willie Mays, and winning. Barry, when you arrived in spring training, you said that you got over the disappointment of the World Series when your wife reminded you that you said what you wished for was just to play in a World Series. What do you wish for now?
I'm not making too many wishes right now, Peter. You know, we played our hearts out. They just played better. That's the bottom line to it. But I did get my wish. But, you know, I wish to win next time.
Well, how important is it to hit this year, to hit the 48 homers to pass Willie Mays?
It's going to be tough, Peter, for me. It's, I'm just trying not to think about it. You know, Willie Mays has been my idol my entire lifetime. And how do you pass your idol as someone that you looked up to your whole entire life? It's very difficult, very hard to deal with right now. I don't know how those emotions are how it's gonna come out when that day comes.
How do you think people perceive you around the country?
I don't know. I never really asked anyone. I have no idea. I hope that you know, they perceive me as a good baseball player, because that's the only really part they really do see. I hope that I'm bringing joy in their life. I hope that, you know, some of the kids that are watching me, you know, get to the opportunity to learn something or see my work ethics or something.
David Eckstein said that you were one of the best teachers he's ever met. Tell me about that relationship.
You know, I sat there on the field, Peter, and I'm watching this kid take ground balls. And every time he took a ground ball, I said, he ain't reaching first base. Then I watched him in the cage, and I studied this guy, and I'm going, this man's ability is, he doesn't have the best ability, but he gets the best out of what God has blessed this kid with better than anyone I've ever seen. People can watch me, and it can be easy, Peter, because my talent helps me, and with my hard work. But I was blessed with talent. David doesn't have the best talent, but he has the best work ethics I've ever seen, ever.
Let's pretend that you fast forward, you've retired, you're sitting and you decided to sit on the set of baseball tonight. What would you ask yourself?
What would I ask myself?
Yeah, what would you ask Barry Bonds?
Wow. How do you do it? Probably the same thing everyone always asks me. How do you do it? Same thing I ask Willie. How do you do it, Willie?
What do Willie say to you?
Yourself? Successful people don't have to have wake-up calls. Don't need anyone to motivate them. Successful people are self-motivators. And so I said that was a good enough answer for me.
So who are the 4 greatest players of all time?
Right now, of all times, Hank has to be one, Babe Ruth has to be the other, Willie Mays has to be one, and my other one would have to be Ted Williams.
You're going to be in the top 4 when you're done?
Once I pass Babe Ruth.
Number 46, pitcher.
He's already established himself as one of the best. This man in the process of establishing himself as one of the best to ever play. A-Rod and the Rangers getting set to take on the Angels. Who will win the West? Who will win the World Series? The predictions from our prognosticators coming up.
Pitcher C.J.
Anniversary V-Rod. Claim yours before they're gone.
It's the dugouts, the warm-ups, the smell of the gloves, the dreams. It's the double plays, the bunts, the steals, the diving catches. It's the bigs. It's the bottom of the ninths. It's the 3 and 2s. It's the gones. The plays are made with Rawlings.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with Peter Jennings and the people of ABC News for breaking developments. Only ABC News, with Ted Koppel reporting from the front lines with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. ABC News, reporting live from across Iraq with advancing U.S. troops. Morning, throughout the day, evening, late night. ABC News, always there. War with Iraq. When it matters most, turn to ABC News.
If you're looking for a new car in the $25,000 range, check out a new Mercedes-Benz from Fletcher Jones Motor Cars. With our exclusive First Mercedes Purchase Program, you could be driving a new 2003 C230 compressor sport coupe starting at just $24,950 for a new Mercedes-Benz. Call us at 949-718-3000 or drive over today to Jamboree at the 73.
Fletcher Jones Motor Cars, Mercedes-Benz, Newport Beach.
80 years of experience. Booms. Busts. Downpours. Fiscal firestorms. Falling rates. Rising tides. And we end up with 40 million customers and over $500 billion in assets. We can weather anything and help make sure you do too. Insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
Hey, anything I might say on this mic about you, it's not true, right?
Exactly.
All right. Come on, what you guys say talking to the mic? Come on, talk to me. See, they ostracized me. Is that a word? And you enjoy watching what instead? Professional wrestling?
I like to watch Animal Planet.
Animal Planet. You heard it here first. Do they have high definition on Animal Planet? They do? So they beat ESPN to the punch? Woo! That was close. And teach it. All right, I'm gonna show you right here. Triple. That's 3 triples right there. With my speed, 3 triples.
Well, the Angels getting ready. They're being introduced behind us right now. And meanwhile, we have not dealt with the Western Division yet. And so Bobby, Peter, Harold, they're the picks of the 2 West. Well, remember, both World Series teams were wild cards out of the Western Division. By the way, I got to like Norman Greenbaum behind us. I got to get, Spirit in the Sky doesn't get better than this as the Angels being introduced. Where are we going in the West? I mean, everybody won over 90 games. 3 teams in each division won at least 90 games.
It's going to be a dogfight, just like last year, but I'm picking the Giants to win it because I think they're better this year than they were last year. You bring in Cruz, Edgardo Alfonso, and Ray Durham to add to that lineup. I think they'll be much better. The question mark, obviously, will be their pitching. But I think Felipe Alou, if you're going to replace Dusty Baker, not a bad guy to bring in. The Oakland A's, I like their outfield. Jermaine Dye is going to be healthy a full season. He's back to playing like he was when he was in Kansas City. I think you move Terrence Long to left field and you bring Singleton in, who's injured right now, but we will play full time after he gets back. That makes them a better defensive club. I think they'll be better off. They got the great pitching.
Well, the Giants, man, I think are really going to have the better year offensively. And that, we'll see what they can do. You're coachable, though. I like that. Bobby, you like some of the pitchers in Arizona that people don't talk about. We know about Johnson and Schilling. You like some of the others.
Yeah, I think Kim and DeSenz will really make a difference on that staff. Kim can really do it. Manti can throw 100 miles an hour and close out games. I like them. They can score plenty of runs, and it's an Arizona Diamondbacks. They can do their thing out there in the West. And further out west, you get the Seattle Mariners in the American League. Absolutely. That guy right there, Edgar Martinez, is one of the greatest hitters to ever play. He might be in the last year of his contract, but he'll be surrounded by John Olerud and Boone, who can also play. And Ichiro's taking it to another level this year. They have 3 terrific relievers. When you talk about Nelson and Rhodes and Sasaki, I like the Mariners, but it's just opening day, and it's also in the sky.
Of course, the Mariners have a new first-year manager, Bob Melvin, and the Blue Notes, who under Bob Brentley saw him win his first year as skipper. Our spirits on the field are Carl and Peter. Guys?
Chris, thank you. There have been a number of deals. Rubio Durazo is now a member of the A's and provides some offense. You picked Oakland and you picked Arizona in the West. How come?
I love them. I think the 3 best teams in the National League are all in the West, and I think the Dodgers may end up in the playoffs or the Giants, but Arizona, to me, is the team to beat in the National League. And I think that young Kim, as Bobby was talking about, is going to be a dominant starter. Bobby made a great point. One of these weekends, Schilling, Johnson, and Kim are going to strike out 45 to 50 guys. And it's again because the starting pitching that I think the A's will win. Zito, Mulder, Hudson have been 1-2 in the Cy Young 3 consecutive years. They're all the guys that take responsibility. Any one of them could have won the Cy Young. I think Ted Lilly really helps them. This is a very, very good team. And you know one thing, Billy Beane will go out and get the 2 players he needs come July.
How many wins does Kim get?
I think Kim will win 16 games.
Welcome back, folks. We've seen who are going to win the divisions. You don't even have to win a division to win a World Series. The Angels were the wild card winner last year and won it all. We'll come back, set for opening pitch. We will tell you who will represent each league in October and who will win the crown.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett-Packard. Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What?
Radio Shack.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Inside every can of Minwax is the secret to enhancing wood's natural beauty. Minwax rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes make it easy to turn any house into a beautiful home. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Cigarette cravings can appear out of nowhere. Taking Nicorette on a regular schedule will help keep cravings away. If you encounter a really tough craving, take an extra piece. Nicorette helps you quit, one craving at a time.
As cool as the other side of the pillow.
Chili's to go and college hoops. Tune into college basketball on ESPN and ESPN2.
Baseball Tonight, presented by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. And in part by Pennzoil. The motor oil you choose matters. Pennzoil Motor Oil, developed for the way you drive. We're driving protection. And by Minwax. Turn your house into a beautiful home with Minwax wood stains and finishes.
Well, we're back, so are the Rally Monkeys and the Thundersticks, but you don't have the Angels winning the division or the wild card. So who's in the World Series and who wins?
Oakland and Arizona, and Oakland beats Arizona.
We'll take that for now. I'm a big fan of Oakland and Philadelphia. Boomer, back to you.
All right, Carl, the Angels have just been introduced. As you hear in the background, the world champs being introduced. So, we're going to be the world champs at the end of October?
Well, I say it's Boston over Arizona.
Boston.
The ghost is dead.
Boston.
I'm going out there.
Whoa! Well, you come out of the dugout, you're going to give us Boston.
I'm bringing it back to the West Coast. I should say keeping it back west. I'm picking the Giants to win it all. I just think they're the team to beat this year.
You are coachable. Giants, Yankees. That's chalk, I know, but we'll see.
But the Angels, what happened?
Yankees have too many problems in their bullpen and too many books in their clubhouse.
Well, let me tell you something. I think the Angels love the fact that no one's picking them. That's exactly what they like, isn't it?
They like that.
You like that?
In the weeds.
Hope you have enjoyed this 90-minute edition of baseball tonight. For Carl Ravitch and Peter Gammons and Bobby Valentine, welcome aboard. And Harold Reynolds, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the game. You know, to me, it's always a treat at ball games to pause before we play the game. And in these times, it is so much more poignant to hear our national anthem. The crowd, as you can hear, is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Anaheim, we're going to kick off the season in a very special way. Ladies and gentlemen, the Star-Spangled Banner.
In service to our nation, both in the past and during these trying times, we ask each of you to please observe a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now to honor America, please join members of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force Band as they perform our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please direct your attention to the Jumbotron as
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Berman, and welcome to this sellout crowd here in Anaheim. Welcome to our viewers across America and throughout the world on ESPN, and welcome to a new world of television to those watching our debut right now on ESPN's HD service. Our thoughts and our hearts are with those men and women fighting a half a world away. Those men and women are fighting for freedom and for dreams that all Americans and Britons enjoy today. So too, of much less import, We also enjoy the truly American spectacle of baseball, and in particular, the spectacle of opening day, a day in which the dreams of every team and fans of every team are equal. After all, everybody is in first place. But only one team begins now as defending world champions of baseball, and that would be your Anaheim Angels. Enjoy the evening, everyone. Enjoy the telecast of John Miller and Joe Morgan, and certainly enjoy the season.
The pitch, swinging, he hits a high drive into right center, under it, Erstad near the track, and the Angels are the champions of the world.
Greatest feeling in baseball.
Despite a last place finish 2 years ago, the Angels stayed the course and last year won baseball's ultimate prize, using a roster filled with homegrown talent.
I never will forget those nights. I wonder if it was a dream.
To win championships, you have to have talent and chemistry, and we had both. I couldn't ask for better teammates than the ones we have right now.
Now the Angels are the first champion in 15 years to return all their starting players. Tonight they begin their quest to repeat against one of baseball's greatest individual talents, a Gold Glove winner who led the majors in homers and RBIs. A-Rod continues to redefine what a Major League superstar can be.
Now looking for the big 5-0, and he's got it! Drills it to left! 50 home runs for Alex Rodriguez!
With new manager Buck Showalter and a revamped pitching staff, the Rangers seek the team success that the Angels have achieved. It's A-Rod and the Rangers against the world champion Angels on ESPN's opening night baseball. Now, ESPN opening night baseball presented by the Home Depot. We are at Edison International Field where last October, the Angels became the champions of the baseball world. And now it is a few months later. And the Angels trying to do it again. The 2003 season opens here tonight. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan, and welcome to Major League Baseball on ESPN, our 14th season. And we got those opening night jitters. We've got the opening night excitement. And there's a lot of passion here in Southern California. For the first time, the Angels open a year as a world champion. And Joe, we got a lot of sluggers in this Texas ball club. The Angels don't have a whole lot of sluggers. How do they do it?
Well, they do it with team chemistry. They play the game the way it's supposed to be played. They led the league in batting average. They scored more runs than the Texas Rangers, even though the Rangers hit a lot more home runs. They do it with aggressiveness at bat and on the bases. They play good defense, and they have an excellent bullpen.
All right, now, last year, when they won it right here, it was a rookie, John Lackey, on the mound. An unlikely person, really, a rookie in Game 7, but he was up to the task. He got the win. First time in 93 years that had happened. Now John Lackey gets the opening night assignment. Lackey facing A-Rod and Palmeiro and Gonzalez, those big Ranger sluggers.
Well, they love him because he has a toughness. He has that inner confidence that he can get anyone out, and he has a great slider.
All right. We've got, as we mentioned, all of the pomp and the circumstance, the ceremony. Let's go to the voice of Edison Field right now for more of the same. Here is David Courtney.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to the infield. Your Angels are proud to present the 2002 World Series trophy. The World Series trophy is being delivered to the mound by Angels Senior Vice President of Business Operations, who began his career with the Angels as a bat boy in 1976, Mr. Kevin Ulick, and the architect of the 2002 championship, Angel Vice President and General Manager, Mr. Bill Stoneman. At this time, we ask that Angel skipper Mike Scioscia to join us on the field along with the Angel players who brought the championship to Anaheim. Mike Scioscia led the Angels to the championship with his never-say-die attitude and positive reinforcement. Those throughout the game recognized his accomplishments, and he was honored as the Sporting News and Baseball Writers Association of America as the American League Manager of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Mike Scioscia with his Manager of the Year trophies from the Sporting News, Mr. John Rawlings, and from the Los Angeles Orange County chapter of the Baseball Writers Association of America, Mike DiGiovanna.
Thanks for coming out. Happy to do it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask for Mike to have the honor of throwing out tonight's first ball to his son, Matt. Matt is joined by Mike's wife, Ann, and their daughter, Taylor. Let's play ball. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if Mike and the club remain on the field, please. Draw your attention to the outfield beyond left center field. Raising the 2002 World Championship flag, we are pleased to be joined by Jackie Autry, wife of the late Gene Autry. Mrs. Autry is joined by the longest tenured player on the Angel roster, Tim Salmon, and Dr. Tom Amberry, an Angels season ticket holder since the Angels' first season in 1961. Dr. Amberry represents all fans who have supported the club through its first 42 seasons. Ladies and gentlemen, the flag which will fly as a symbol of the Angels' first World Championship, a symbol of 2002.
The gigantic replica on the field of the World Championship pennant, the Angels, the defending champions of the baseball world. The game itself about to begin. Stay tuned.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's the facelift you've been contemplating for that certain room. A place to spruce up your home and save. And we're making it even easier with no payments or interest until March 2004 on flooring, appliance, closet, kitchen, or bath purchases of $299 or more. Just use your Home Depot or Expo credit card. It's the guaranteed low price to make every dollar work. So make time for a home makeover. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett Packard. Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What? Radio Shack.
Let's say one phone company provides you long distance and a completely different one has your local service. Now, you probably pay too much for both of them, but you let it slide until you discover that with the neighborhood, you can get unlimited local and long distance together for one low monthly price. And just for good measure, extras like caller ID are included.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st. Over 1 million have joined.
How about you?
See something you feeling?
Yeah, classic, size 10.
Catch me at a light, holla, I ain't hearing you, dog. You can't stop her. Classics on my mind on the way to Foot Locker.
I usually don't walk, but when F.A.B. bop pass it, you could better send some Reebok classics. It's good seeing the whole classic.
Yeah, size 10.
Like am I now? Yeah, it's real simple. Feel the beat now. Go ahead, cop a pair, they classic Reebok.
You have like every card.
Yeah, it is pretty dominant.
So here comes the Callahan.
No problem. Clear the screen. I am trying.
Are you guys trading cards online again?
No.
Yes.
ESPN.com presents ESPN Motion, capturing sports as it should be, in motion. Log on to ESPN.com and see how you can watch up-to-the-minute news, highlights, analysis, and interviews. ESPN Motion, television on your computer, only at ESPN.com.
ESPN's Opening Night Baseball, presented by the Home Depot. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help. And in part by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. By The Neighborhood, built by MCI. And by Reebok Classic Cielo, available only at Foot Locker.
John Miller and Joe Morgan back together for our 14th season of Major League Baseball coverage on ESPN. And tonight, opening night, we're at Edison International Field. It was the end of October, just this year past, where the Angels won right here against the Giants 4-1, as John Lackey beat the Giants that night. Now Alex Rodriguez back for his third season with the Rangers, and he is hoping, along with the new manager Buck Showalter, to help lead the Rangers to better things. And they can be heartened by the fact that nobody thought the Angels stood a chance in the real tough Western Division last year. There you see Buck talking over the ground rules with the umpires and Mike Scioscia before the game. Joe, after all, the Angels are the world champions, but the year before last, they finished 41 games behind. Never before had a team been that far behind one year and then won it all the next year. So Buck Showalter's not making any predictions about that, but they know it can happen.
Well, I tell you that the Texas Rangers are my sleeper team in the American League. I mean, you have to look at the Angels, you have to look at the Oakland A's and the Seattle Mariners first, but I think that the Texas Rangers can surprise a lot of people. They have a lot of talent on the ball club, and the new manager, maybe Buck Showalter, can get everyone headed in the right direction, and they can be the Angels of 2003.
Well, now the world champion Angels take the field for the first time in 2003. And then we got those omnipresent, what they're now calling halo sticks, the noisemakers, here again tonight. The Rangers batting order brought to you by Radio Shack. Doug Glanville, the former Philly in center. Carl Everett, and he is slimmed down. He's much more healthy. He's in left field. Alex Rodriguez at shortstop. Juan Gonzalez in right field. He also is very healthy, in great shape. Rafael Palmeiro, 10 homers away from 500 at first base. The veteran Ruben Sierra, the designated hitter. Young Hank Blaylock at third. Michael Young at second. And Einar Diaz, the former Cleveland Indian, is the catcher, hitting ninth in the absence of Ivan Rodriguez, no longer a Ranger. And on the mound, he's only 24 years old. It's hard to imagine. From Abilene, Texas, John Lackey, 9-4 in just a part of a season last year, plus that win in Game 7 of the World Series. And he showed his pitching repertoire, his grips before the game.
Throw a four-seam fastball, just regular across the seams. Two-seam fastball with the seams. My slider, I just rotate a little bit for my four-seam fastball. I throw a curveball like this and a circle change.
Well, John, I think the two important pitches for him is, of course, his fastball first and that hard slider. He has a great hard slider. And when I look at the Texas Rangers, I think Glanville is going to be the key to their success this year. He's going to play great defense in center field, and he's going to hit leadoff. If he can do the job, I think this Texas team does have a great leg up on having a great season. And there you get a look at the outfield. Pretty much, as John said, this is the same team that ended the season last year and played most of the season for them. They have a good catcher behind the plate, Benjamin Leno. He won a Gold Glove. He broke the string of Ivan Rodriguez, who had won several Gold Gloves, about 10 in a row, I believe, or 12 maybe. But as you mentioned, Ivan Rodriguez is now in the National League.
Well, there's Molina and Mike Scioscia, the manager of the year. The Angels, who had always been more symbolic of failure than success, that can no longer be said. For the first time in the 42-year history of the Angels, they are the champions of the baseball world. So here's Glanville, the former Philly, and a fastball from Lackey is too low. And at 5:16 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the 2003 Major League Baseball season has begun. Glanville had his worst year last year. He takes ball 2 from Lackey. And one thing is for sure, whether or not he'll be able to take advantage of it, only time will tell. But the ballpark in Arlington is one of the best hitters ballparks around. So Glanville could have a chance with a big outfield to show his stuff defensively, and maybe that average will go up as well. And ball 3. 85 degrees, the game time temperature.
There's probably a little nervousness out there for John Lackey. His first opening day start.
And that fastball in there for a strike. Well, you know, I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, because opening day, I remember Tony Gwynn telling me that he always had the jitters on opening day.
Yeah.
3-1 the count. And 3-2. Glanville, who has never been known for his patience up there, has taken all the way.
Well, that's Buck Showalter's influence. You know, Buck, if a guy gets behind you 3-0, leadoff hitter, you have to take a couple of pitches.
And that will go back out of play. The foul ball and yet another fastball.
And I expect Buck Showalter to have a big influence on this Texas Ranger ball club. I mean, he's going to have them doing a few more things. They had situational hitting during batting practice, and I think he's going to have them playing the game a little differently than they have in the past.
And Glanville, and it'll be interesting to see if this is a portent of things to come for the Rangers. Glanville starts his Rangers career with a walk.
Well, it is interesting because you mentioned he doesn't walk a lot, but you can see that ball clearly out of the strike zone as we get a look at K-zone for the first time this year.
Well, last year in his World Series Game 7 appearance, Lackey issued only 1 walk in the 5 innings that he pitched, and that was in the 5th inning. But I mean, the jitters on an opening day are a little bit different than even you would think you're in a World Series, right? I mean, there is a different dynamic at work.
There's a big difference. First of all, during the World Series, you pitched the entire year. You're ready to go. You're coming out of spring training. You're not sure exactly where you're going to pick up, if you can pick up where you left off last year. So there is a lot more involved in opening day than it would be even the 7th game of the World Series, because you will have gone through an entire season.
Plus, the guys have been in Arizona or Florida for several weeks. They just get back home. They're unpacking. They're getting set up in their homes again, and everything getting to the ballpark for the first time in several months. 1-1 the count to Carl Everett. And Everett, the Rangers think he might be ready for a comeback season. He had a lot of injury problems the last couple of years.
But he hit really well the second half last year, John, and I think they're counting on him to pick up from there.
Here's a bunt. Troy Gloss. And everybody is safe.
A little different from Buck Showalter, right?
The new look Texas Rangers.
Yeah, and I like that. Not that they're going to bunt a lot with all these sluggers, but you mix things up. Sometimes it takes, you know, a bunt here, a base hit there to get things started. So a good job by Everett. He drops it down. It's a tough play because, first of all, I'm sure that Gloss wasn't even thinking that he might try to bunt, and then he couldn't get out of his glove, as you can see there, but it's going to be a tough play for him to make at first base anyway. He was playing back deep.
There was some question all through the week as to whether or not Gloss was even going to be available for this game tonight, with an injury, sort of a mysterious injury in his right hand near his wrist. As Alex Rodriguez takes a called strike, Gloss finally got back in there last night in the exhibition game they played here with the Dodgers. It's the first time he'd played at all since last Sunday.
Look at those numbers. I mean, he is just a special player.
There's never been a shortstop in the history of the game put numbers up like that. Gloss with another shot. He gets 1 at third. Over to first. Double play.
I looked at Alex Rodriguez's opening day numbers. Not too good. It's probably the only day of the year that he doesn't do well, but he doesn't have a great record opening day. Chops this ball perfectly, made double play ball for Gloss at third. And 2 down, but they still have a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to imagine any reason for this actually existing, as Juan Gonzalez takes a slider low and outside for ball 1. But Alex Rodriguez has a 138 opening day batting average. He's had only 4 hits now in 30 career opening day at bats. He's never hit a home run.
When I looked at those statistics, I was shocked because he has, he's had such great years.
Juan Gonzalez, oh man, he powered that fastball right by him. Gonzalez is a little trimmer. He worked out with a trainer all through the offseason in his native Puerto Rico.
That looks like it had a little cut on that fastball, ran away from Gonzalez.
And a little giddy up.
A lot of giddy up.
You know, harkening back to, you know, Gene Autry. Whoa, boy. Last 4 years in Texas, the club with which he started his career. I mean, he was an RBI machine. And they're hoping in the final year of his contract, you see, he averaged 43 homers and 140 RBIs, won 2 American League MVP awards.
Well, it takes a special player to move Rafael Palmeiro out of that 4 slot. I mean, you put Juan Gonzalez there. I mean, you have to have a great player to replace Palmeiro in that situation.
Oh, did he swing? The appeal? No. First base umpire Mike Winters ruling in favor of Gonzalez. 3-1 the count. Runner at second, 2 down.
Let's take a look, and this is what Winters sees at first base, and I think he held up as well.
Although, if he also said he swung, I wouldn't have been surprised. I'm not speaking for you now.
You're being politically correct, huh? No, I think he held up.
3-1 the count. Well, he did not hold up on that one.
Well, he did not throw him a fastball on 3-2. It looked like it may have been a little slide piece, but it was not a fastball. And Gonzalez sitting dead red. He's looking for a fastball right here. And you can see that ball moves away from him.
Yeah, he's a little out in front of it there. Yeah. 3-2 to Gonzalez. Everett at second, ready to go in anything. 24-year-old John Lackey from Abilene, Texas, facing the Texas Rangers.
That was a smart pitch he threw, you know, because you throw something down the middle and Gonzalez hits it out of the ballpark. So he made a good pitch. Now Gonzalez doesn't know exactly what he's going to get. He doesn't know if he's going to come with the fastball or the slider. So you keep the hitter off balance by changing up.
Broke his bat, but Gonzalez has driven in the run. A broken bat bloop. And so a lot of interesting things happening here in the first inning for Texas. Everett, who beat out a bunt to get himself on base, scores the run, and Gonzalez, who always, in his great days, found a way to get that man home.
Well, a good pitch there by Lackey. Watch, fastball is going to even come off the corner inside. See, that pitch is way off the plate inside, but Gonzalez, being as strong as he is, was able to muscle this ball into the outfield. See the bat shattered, but he's very strong. Ball goes into the outfield. That's the risk of pitching strong hitters inside with a runner at second base and 2 outs.
Now Rafael Palmeiro is Everett in the dugout with the first run of the season. And this ball 1 to Palmeiro. Palmeiro has hit 38 homers or more, and quite often more, in each of the last 8 years. You're talking Babe Ruth and Rafael Palmeiro, the only guys who ever do anything like that. You see the shift is on. Third baseman Gloss is now playing shortstop. Right on the outside corner with a fastball. 1-1 to Palmeiro. He is 10 home runs away. Hit 43 more last year. In his last 10 years, a 10-year period, he has averaged 40 home runs, and that's part of the reason why he now is only 10 home runs away from 500. That curveball. This is too low. 2-1.
I was watching Rafael in batting practice, and his swing looks the same now as the first time I saw him. He doesn't change anything. He just looks the same year in, year out. Has that beautiful, smooth swing, and the ball just jumps off of his bat. I'm a little surprised that they're planning, you know, they have this complete shift on him. This is...
It's Bonzi.
You can see here, yeah, I mean, that's a little surprising to me. I mean, he's not just a dead pull hitter.
2-1 to Palmeiro, and 3-1.
Well, the one thing Lackey cannot do is pitch from behind, have to throw 3-1 pitches to all these good hitters, because they make their living hitting when they're ahead in the count. He made a good slider to Juan Gonzalez in this situation, but will he risk throwing another one to Palmeiro here?
22 pitches already for him. Oh, man. Now that one might have been in the strike zone. I'm doing my own little private K zone here. Let's see what K zone says.
I thought it was inside originally, but we'll take a look. Well, it wasn't necessarily inside. It looks low.
So I have to apologize to Bruce Fleming, the crew chief.
And he would accept your apology, probably. knowing Bruce as we do. Bruce has always been one of my favorite guys. Bruce has been around a long time.
And he would accept the notion that I needed to apologize.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, he would. He would probably say, if he sees me and he hears about it, I'll let him know that you did apologize, though.
Sorry, Bruce. Never doubt you again. All right. So 2 men on, and the batter is Ruben Sierra. Back with the Rangers. Sierra, who kind of resurrected his career in Texas 2 years ago. Last year was with the Seattle Mariners. Now picked up again by the Rangers. He's the designated hitter here on opening night. 2 on, 2 out. And that fastball over the outside for a strike. Bud Black, the pitching coach, wearing a microphone. Here's what he said on his trip to the mound a little while ago.
Just going to give you a little breather, John. Throwing the ball good. Okay, this is the guy you want right here. Okay? Change balls. That's a good pitch, wasn't it? Good. Yeah,
and off Molina, the catcher.
See, Bud Black owes Bruce Fleming an apology, too. He thought that pitch was a good pitch.
Just a little bit low.
Yeah, just a little bit low.
0-2 the count to Ruben Sierra. Hank Blaylock, the rookie on deck, or the young player, started the year in the big league last year as well. You see the runners. Gonzalez at second, Palmeiro at first. And the Rangers have a run home already. Both runners ready to go in anything. And that sharp breaking ball knocked down by Molina.
And he throws a curveball and a slider, but of course his slider is a lot harder than his curveball. His curveball comes a little bit more over the top.
The only batter that Lackey has retired in this inning is Alex Rodriguez. But he got 2 outs when he got Rodriguez out. Rodriguez hit a double play ball. And he strikes out Sierra, who chased a real bad one up around his eyes. So the Rangers get just the one. And now the Angels are coming up.
On deck here on baseball tonight. The game is played. I want to tell you why
it's not the best team that plays, but the team that plays the best.
The players.
Way back there it goes.
The experts.
His track record's pretty flawless.
The game. The definitive source for everything baseball. Catch all the scores and highlights from around the league. Baseball Tonight, all season long on ESPN and ESPN2.
They did a great job pitching to me during the series. That situation, they had nowhere to put me, so he had to come to me.
Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. Garrett Anderson clears the bases.
Yeah, I got the game-winning hit, but we got the lead.
Here's the pitch to Lofton.
Everything went quiet, and just waiting for the ball to be caught.
Erstad makes the catch. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of baseball.
Tonight, USA Network presents the television movie event of the year.
I want every man found.
Academy Award nominee James Woods is Rudy Giuliani.
You are New York's greatest people.
The real story behind the man they call America's mayor.
Whole damn project's spinning out of control.
What about our life together? Does that mean nothing? What project?
My life.
James Woods in a USA Network television event. Rudy, tonight at 8, only on USA Network.
Edison Field in Anaheim. Baseball returns to ESPN, our 14th year of coverage. Major League Baseball. And the world champion Anaheim Angels opening up against the Texas Rangers. Let's take a look at the Angels batting order now, brought to you by Radio Shack. David Eckstein, the people's choice, is at shortstop. Darren Erstad in center. Tim Salmon in right. It'll be Garrett Anderson, left field, hitting cleanup. Brad Fulmer, the DH. Troy Gloss at third. Spezio at first base. Benjamin Molina, the catcher, and Adam Kennedy hits ninth at second base. All of them against the right-hander Ismael Valdez, the 29-year-old from Mexico, back with the Rangers, the team with which he started last year.
Well, one of the things that he has working for him is he normally throws strikes, and he can throw strikes with his breaking ball. He has a good sinking fastball. Those are his 2 best pitches, a little sinker.
He pours a fastball in there to Eckstein for a strike.
And he's a good pitcher. I really like him. I'm surprised that he hasn't had a better career.
On the right field line, heading for the seats. Gonzalez starts over, but the ball is out of play.
Because one of the things that any pitching coach will tell you, if you throw strikes, if you get ahead of the hitters, you will usually be successful. And he does throw strikes, and he can throw strikes when he's behind with his breaking ball.
And that slider down and away. 1-2. I was actually on the flight yesterday with Valdez, who came down a little bit before the rest of the Rangers yesterday from San Francisco. Right up the middle, base hit. Got that slider up, and Eckstein is aboard, as he so often is.
And that's what the Angels do so well. If you make a mistake, they will hit the ball, put the ball in play. And if you make a mistake, they get base hits. He made a couple of good pitches, hung the breaking ball, and he hits it right back through the middle. It wasn't as bad a pitch as it appears, but it was up, as it was off the plate.
So Eckstein is aboard, and here is Darren Erstad. It turns out that Darren Erstad had actually broken a bone in his hand during the 4th game of the World Series last year against the Giants. Kept on playing. Later in that game, made a dive for a ball. He apparently broke the bone on a swing against a tough pitch from Kirk Reeder at Pacific Bellpark. And he didn't realize he'd broken a bone. But after the World Series is over, he had surgery for that. He's still got a little bit of pain in his right hand.
Well, John, this is a typical Angels rally, so to speak. Guy gets on base, they'll either put him in motion, but they definitely put the ball in play. They led the league in batting average last year, and they also had the fewest strikeouts in the major leagues.
1 ball and no strikes to Erstad.
And the one thing I remember last year, and watching, I did a lot of Angel games last year. Once they get on a roll, it's kind of hard to stop them. I mean, they have a lot of big innings. They get 5-6 runs in an inning before you can stop them. I mean, they're not a one base hit, 1 run type of team. They can get something started.
The bunt fielded by Diaz over to second to A-Rod in time. Eckstein is forced out.
Well, it was a great idea. You just have to make sure you get it down the third baseline. But it was a great idea by Erstad. That's the way they play. They will bunt, they will hit and run, they'll do a lot of things. But he deadened it too well down the third baseline, but a nice job by Diaz to come up and fire to second base.
So Erstad aboard. Now Tim Salmon comes up. Salmon, who had the worst year of his career 2 years ago, and then had a horrible start to his season last year, and during the offseason he finally admitted that he actually considered, if he kept going so poorly, retiring right during last season. Talked it over with his wife, among others. That one is a base hit to left field. He ended up having a very fine season last year, and the longest tenured Angel was there to hold that World Series trophy last October.
Let's take a look at K-zone and see the targets away, and this ball is pretty much in the middle of the plate, and Salmon rips it into left field. When I talked to Mike Scioscia before the ball game today, as we take a look at the defense, and Alex Rodriguez won a Gold Glove, his first Gold Glove in last season.
Here's Garrett Anderson. He's the big RBI man for the Angels, and he got the winning hit in the 7th game. In the 3rd inning, a bases loaded 3-run double.
When I talked to Scioscia, he said last year a lot of guys got off the slow starts. They were not doing, what they ended up doing at the end of the year. He said Garrett Anderson was consistent from the first day to the end of the season. He said we could always count on him. We knew he was in there every day and he was going to produce something for us. And of course, he finished high in the MVP race last year in the American League.
That one into right field. Gonzalez in a couple of steps. Now back, makes the catch. Erstad tags up at second. He'll move over to third. Salmon holding at first. Anderson retired. 2 down. Anderson drove in 123 runs last year.
I thought Anderson hit this ball better than he did. Let's see. A little slide piece breaking down and out of the strike zone, and he hits it towards the end of the bat. That's why it didn't go out of the ballpark. But he had a nice swing at it. The timing was there, but he just a little bit out front.
So Anderson goes down, 2 down, and here is Brad Fulmer. Now Fulmer was the one Angel. They had a very poor springtime exhibition record. 9 wins and 20 losses. A lot of guys were hurt. Not many guys hit well. But Fulmer did, and he keeps right on doing it. That ties the ball game. Erstad in to score. First ball swinging. Brad Fulmer with 370 in the exhibition schedule. He said he has never been as hot as this at any time in his career, and he keeps right on doing it.
But you see the Angels, they're an aggressive group of hitters. I mean, Eckstein will take some pitches. He'll even let them hit him. But most of these guys are pretty aggressive. First pitch, fastball, then he nails it. They do not let you get ahead in the count and try to work on them. If you start them with a fastball over the plate, they will attack it.
So now Samet at second, Fulmer at first. It is 1-1. And here's Troy Glaus. Now Glaus, he never hit a home run in the spring. The MVP of the World Series, the Angels' leading home run hitter 3 consecutive years. And he had some pain in his right hand. They finally shut it down after last Sunday. They were real worried about it. And slider misses way off the outside. 1-1. Glaus hit only 214, no homers, and he struck out an extreme number of times in 42 at-bats. He did play last night for the first time since last Sunday in the exhibition here against the Dodgers, and had a base hit his last time up. That's back out of play. Ball and 2 strikes.
John, one of the reasons that teams do not repeat, as world champions, and one of the toughest things to do after you win a championship is to go to spring training and start all over again from zero. You're just coming off of a high of winning the world championship, and all of a sudden you're just like every other team. And sometimes it takes a while for that to settle in before you get back to business.
That's foul off the right field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Glaus. Well, another thing that went well for the Angels last year, they played well, of course. And the ball club, the general manager Bill Stoneman, there's Bill, put together, was, as we all saw, a very good ball club, well balanced, but they really stayed away from serious injury. Now they've got to do that again.
Yeah, because they had a lot of nagging injuries, so to speak, in spring training. I don't know what a nagging injury is, but I've seen that written an injury. But I mean, again, it's just so difficult to go from zero, to start back at zero when you're waiting to get your world championship rings. And sometimes, again, it may take them a couple of weeks just to get in the flow. And I think that's what happened in spring training. They were not in the flow.
And Chan with that fastball and shoots it into the dugout. David Eckstein hustles out of harm's way. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Now the Angels, Bill Stoneman was able to keep the ball club together. The '83 Orioles won the World Series and lost only a couple of players from that squad for the next year. Well, only Alex Ochoa and Orlando Palmeiro are not back with the Angels from the club that won last year. Pop fly along the right field line. That one is foul. Palmeiro giving chase.
But I tell you, John, Ochoa and Palmeiro were good players for this ball club last year. They filled in when guys were hurt and did a great job. So it's not like they're not going to miss these 2 players. I think those 2 players were very important last year.
Well, Palmeiro was a very fine left-handed pinch hitter for them. And he was a guy who did some pinch running, play all around the outfield. Ochoa they picked up down the stretch for a little more punch from the outfield. They did acquire Eric Owens, a veteran who can steal a base and is a very fine outfielder.
Well, both of those guys, that was, I think, their strength. They're both good outfielders.
Troy Glaus, 2 on, 2 out, 1-1 the score. Right there next to the bag is Blaylock, and he forces Tim Salmon. The inning is over. But the Angels get 3 hits and tie the ball game. We're moving to the 2nd inning. Opening night, it's 1-1.
Introducing MVP Baseball 2003. Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
100th anniversary V-Rod. Claim yours before they're gone.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel. Carl.
Buck.
Brian.
Tyrone T. Jenkins. Juan Carlos Fernandez.
How fast does a clip slash freshen my breath? You want to see it again?
Introducing Eclipse Flash. Whoa. Finally, a breath strip that tastes good.
Opening night from Edison Field in Anaheim. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. It is the Rangers one, the Angels one, as John Lackey throws a curve in the dirt to Hank Blaylock. 1 ball to no strikes. Michael Young and then Einar Diaz coming up next for the Rangers. Each team sent 6 hitters to the plate in the first. Right to second. Adam Kennedy, plenty of time, and Blaylock is retired all the way.
The Rangers have an interesting infield alignment. Blaylock was trying to learn to play second base. He's going to play a little second base. Then Teixeira was going to play third and maybe even DH sometimes. But tonight it's Michael Young at second, Blaylock back at third. But we're going to see a different alignment as the season goes along.
Here is Michael Young, their best defensive second baseman. That's called strike. 0-1 the count to Young. Now you're talking about the Rangers trying to get better, improve after 3 consecutive last place finishes in the real tough Western Division. There's Teixeira out of Georgia Tech. Set a Rangers record for home runs this spring. Hit 8 home runs in exhibition play. Switch hitter. Ooh, good slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Of course, Alex Rodriguez hit 57 home runs in the regular season. So maybe
he doesn't do it in practice.
Let's see Teixeira do that,
yeah,
and then we'll have a story. So A-Rod and Rafael Palmeiro, as I understand it, are the only duo on a team to have consecutive years where one guy hit 50 and the other guy hit 40 2 straight years. Last year they combined for 100 home runs. 57 for A-Rod, 43 for Rafael. Young pops that one into the upper deck off to the right. 2-2 the count. There's Teixeira. Teixeira has a very little experience in 86 professional games, but here he is in the big leagues. Of course, A-Rod only played 82 games in the minor leagues before he made his major league debut. There is Kennedy right there. Nice play. Young is retired.
Well, that's a nice play because the ball that goes between the pitcher's legs normally gets into center field, but not only does Kennedy make the play, he gets his body in front of it so that he makes it an easy play. And watch this, he gets his body in front of it right there. Now he's able to throw towards first base. If he just continues to run and backhand that ball, it's a very difficult play to make. But now his body's facing first base, and he makes a good throw.
Now Einar Diaz. I mean, the last time the Texas Rangers opening day catcher was not Ivan Rodriguez, it was 1991. I mean, you and I were just starting our second year together. We hardly even knew each other yet.
Well,
I was still calling you Joe Angel.
Well, Ivan is gone, but he's not. He will be missed. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, as good a player as he is, I mean, he cut down the other team's running game.
That one is whacked into left field. Anderson, it's over his head. I think that one fooled him. He was just kind of drifting back, and it just kept going. And Diaz, in his Rangers debut, was very Pudge-like. A double.
I don't think there's any doubt the ball fooled him because he did not run to the spot. He was just going bat. And the outfielders will tell you the toughest ball to handle is the ball hit directly over your head. And you watch, this ball is directly over his head, and it's very difficult for him to gauge how deep it's going to go. And it hits at the base of the wall.
So Anderson just didn't get a read on that one apparently in the twilight. And the batter will be Doug Glanville. Glanville, who walked in his first plate appearance as a member of the Rangers. That's a strike this time from Lackey. 0-1. Now he's trying to be an RBI man. He only drove in 29 runs last year for the Phillies. He had such a poor first half last year, he lost his regular job. Ball and a strike. Somewhere out there, I imagine Doug's older brother is 8 years older, is watching this ball game tonight. He said his older brother's his hero. His older brother taught him the game, taught him to love the game, taught him the passion for the game. And he said as a kid, he wanted to be just like his brother, whatever his brother was doing. And apparently his brother was doing a lot because when he was in high school, he started doing logarithms. And so Doug Glanville said, when I get to high school, I'm doing those logarithms. That's a foul. That's where you and I went wrong. We didn't have brothers doing logarithms.
Well, it reminds me a little bit of recently elected Hall of Famer Eddie Murray. His brother Charlie was his hero. He taught him to play the game.
Rudy Jaramillo,
the hitting instructor for the Rangers.
And the ball down and away. Maybe Glanville will teach Rudy some logarithmic methods on keeping those notes on his hitting charts here. 3-2. Well, Glanville, talk about the quintessential leadoff man. He's had a 3-2 count in each of his trips to the plate as a member of the Rangers. Ted Williams, when he managed the Washington Senators, put Ed Brinkman in the leadoff spot at one point and said, you get to count to 3-2. I don't care what happens after that. You did your job.
Well, the first time through the lineup, I agree with that 100%, because you make the pitcher throw a lot of pitches so that your teammates get a chance to see how much his fastball is moving that day, how the velocity on his pitches and his breaking ball, see how much it's breaking. You get a chance to look at all that in the first at bat. That's why you have a leadoff hitter, and that's what you want a leadoff hitter to do.
3-2. That fastball popped up foul. This will go out of play. Still 3-2 to Doug Glanville, and you're right. Ted Williams told Eddie Brinkman, when you lead off the game,
right? You
get it to 3-2. I don't care what happens after that. You did your job.
I knew what you meant. I've been with you long enough. I knew where you were going with that.
All right, so I can always rely on at least one person in America knowing what I meant. That one is whacked foul down the left field line. Glanville with one walk, and apparently broke his bat on that one, by the way. He's going over for a new piece of wood. That'll give us a chance to tell you that most other teams are opening up tomorrow, and we'll have a lot of those games on ESPN and ESPN2 at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 Pacific and ESPN. The Cubs with Kerry Wood up against the Mets and Tom Glavine. Then on ESPN2 at the same time, the Montreal Expos under Frank Robinson with Vladimir Guerrero take on the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta. Greg Maddux on the hill for Atlanta. ESPN and ESPN2, and we'll have other action for you tomorrow as well, but those two games will get us kicked off. Strike three, knee high, right in the corner. Perfect pitch from Lackey's point of view. 1-1 going to the last of the second.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Elias, I have to go back to my convention. Yeah, I know, but I have a convention. Bueno.
Come on.
I have to go to my convention. I know. I wish I could stay. We got married. I have to go. I love you. I'll call you. But you know, one more thing.
Yeah.
115 horsepower all-wheel drive Infiniti FX45.
It's the dugouts, the warm-ups, the smell of the gloves, the dreams. It's the double plays, the bunts, the steals, the diving catches. It's the bigs. It's the bottom of the ninths. It's the 3 and 2s. It's the gones. The plays are made with Rawlings.
Rangers won, Angels won. Opening night from Anaheim. Oral Hershiser, the new pitching coach for the Texas Rangers under Buck Showalter, wearing a microphone, and he talked with us between innings.
Can you hear me in there, huh? How you doing? ESPN and ABC, cutting edge technology as far as HD TV. Holy smokes, you guys are awesome. I had to run out and buy a couple TVs because you guys. I'm going to start buying stock in television sets after this broadcast.
All right. And Oral used to be one of our colleagues on ESPN. Ismael Valdez throws a called strike to Scott Spezio. And when you talk to his Angel teammates, they're all pretty much in agreement. The key hit, although it didn't win Game 6, but it probably more than any other hit made it possible for them to come back. His 3-run homer against Felix Rodriguez of the Giants when they were down 5-0. After a long battle with Rodriguez, facing 96, 97, 98-mile-an-hour fastballs, he fouled off some of the toughest ones, and then he hit the 3-run homer, and they were right back in the game. He had 19 RBIs in the postseason. Look what he did with men in scoring position. He hit .688. On the run, Glanville made it look easy. Man, he's good.
And that's what they're counting on, that he will help make them a much better defensive ball club, and that will help their pitching staff. You have to remember, a lot of times poor pitching staffs get victimized by their defense as well. Nice play there by Glanville. He had it all the way.
Now Benji Molina. Doug Glanville had to learn to love his defense in Texas in a short time. Shallow right. Juan Gonzalez now drifting back. The wind seems to be carrying it, but he makes the ground. Wind had been blowing in from right field earlier in the night, but it's blowing out now toward right field. Tonight's telecast, as Oral Hershiser was mentioning, is the debut telecast on ESPN of high-definition HD television, which has been made possible in part by Philips and Best Buy. And Joe, we've got our own high-definition television right here in the booth.
Much clearer.
And wider. It's big.
Yeah.
Is that yours?
Yes, that's mine.
There's a called strike to Adam Kennedy, and it's 0-1. Now, you might be saying, well, wait a minute. I don't have a TV that looks like that, and if I did, how would I see the game in high definition? Well, you need to contact your cable company or your satellite provider and request that they carry the ESPN HD service.
My kids are watching it tonight.
Very good kids.
Yeah.
2-2 the count to Adam Kennedy.
I can't wait to see if we looked any different.
Yeah, the non-HD might have been a good look for us.
Exactly.
Michael Young throws out Kennedy, and a very quick inning for Ismael Valdez. We head to the third. It'll be Everett, then Alex Rodriguez and Juan Gonzalez. The power's coming up for Texas, 1-1.
If your tires can't do this, you need new tires that can. Goodyear tires. Right now, when you buy 4 selected Goodyear tires, you'll get up to $50 cash. So you'll have plenty of money down the road.
You have like every card.
Yeah, it is pretty dominant.
So here comes a Callahan.
No problem.
Clear the screen.
I'm trying. Are you guys trading cards online again?
No. Yes.
Hey, Bob. Hey. You get a new haircut?
No.
Hey, Bob. Hey. Did you lose weight?
Huh?
Your jacket, Bob?
Nope. What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com.
Called the sitter and walked the dog. And I saw the doctor.
Ask your doctor and see the difference.
It's where quality never goes out of style. Benchley Luggage and Gifts. Celebrating 25 years. Benchley Luggage features the finest distinctive collection of Toomey leather goods, unique gift items, and practical everyday needs. You'll also find Toomey travel wear, an exquisite selection of pens, globes, games, and quality luggage for moms, dads, and grads.
I personally invite you to come in and see how we make gift giving easy and fun.
There's something for everyone at Benchley Luggage and Gifts, Fashion Island, Newport Beach.
I'm Mike Sosha. There's a team in Southern California that's always at the top of their game. Howard's Appliance and Big Screen Superstores. For 57 years, they've been satisfying their customers by providing outstanding service, a huge selection of brand name appliances and big screen TVs, all at guaranteed low prices. It's simple, really. If you want it all, shop at Howard's. They're always at the top of their game.
Discover the difference at Howard's. And now shop online at howards.com.
ESPN's Opening Night Baseball, presented by the Home Depot. Brought to you by Goodyear, reminding you to take all your journeys on the wings of Goodyear. And by Viagra. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Rafael Palmeiro is due up fourth in the inning. The Rangers' big hitters are coming up. He's hoping to bat in this inning, though, as Lackey throws a called strike to Carl Everett, the switch hitter. Everett dropped out a bunt for a base hit his first time. Scored a run. There's a curveball that just disappeared as Everett swung over the top. 0-2 the count. By the way, Lackey's not had too many 0-2 counts in this game. Everett is only the 5th of the 11 hitters that Lackey has faced to have seen a first pitch strike. But Lackey's only given up the 1 run. High and tight with a fastball. Lackey, I read an article, I think it might have been in the Sporting News, Joe. A writer went to his home in Abilene, Texas, to kind of relive that 7th game of the World Series with him. Everett to shortstop. Eckstein winds up, throws, just did get it. Everett really hustled up the line. And there's one down. Now Alex Rodriguez comes up. A-Rod, one of the greatest at his position. I mean, he's only 27 years old. He's got 298 home runs already. No player at his age ever had that many home runs before. And he needs 2 more to 300 homers. Jimmy Fox was the youngest to get his 300th. The great Double X, a Hall of Famer. And if he can hit 2 homers within the next 82 days, he would equal what Jimmy Fox did. I think he's going to beat Jimmy Fox to 300. Into right field, hit hard, but right to Salmon. So the opening day drought continues for A-Rod. Now 4 for 31 in his opening day at bats in his career.
Well, he is just an excellent hitter, and he gets better each year. I mean, this pitch is going away from him. He doesn't try to pull it. So that pitch is away. He just goes the other way with it. Very rarely will you see a guy that hits 50-plus home runs doing anything like that. He just goes the other way. He and Barry Bonds are probably the 2 best at just going the opposite field.
There's that breaking ball, and Juan Gonzalez could not check his swing in time. 0-1.
And still drive the ball out of the ballpark, I mean.
I thought, Joe, the way I put it, the way A-Rod did that bit of swinging, I'd say he really did a good job of staying inside the ball. That's sort of the in vogue terminology for that now.
Well, that's your terminology.
You got to get up with the time.
No. That one's going to be left on the table by me.
He threw him a flat cutter and he stayed inside the ball. And that's the key. I want you to have that cutting edge terminology. We're in HD now.
I've got you.
You know, this isn't 1975 anymore. David Eckstein. And the low throw pulled out by Spezio. Inning over. Now David Eckstein, we spent some time with him in the spring. He's coming up.
Do you play baseball?
Yeah, I play baseball.
With the Angels?
Yes, with the Angels.
Chili's to go and college hoops. Tune into college basketball on ESPN and ESPN2.
Morning. Good morning. Hiring that mascot to promote your new breakfast bar was a great idea. Yeah.
Cinnamon rolls! Get them while they're hot, hot, hot! Go, 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 go! Get your cinnamon rolls! Yes! Go, 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 go! Cinnamon rolls!
He doesn't
Get 'em while
work
they're hot,
here.
hot, 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 hot! Go, 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 go! Oh, hot and delicious cinnamon rolls, cinnamon rolls!
With a digital widescreen TV from Philips, everybody gets a better picture.
Little boy asks his neighbors why they're always working on their yard. Neighbor looks up. Nothing more relaxing. Nothing wrong with getting your hands dirty, she adds. Little boy's dad asks how they manage it all. Neighbor nods across the yard. Nothing runs like a deer. John Deere lawn and garden tractors. Durability, precision, versatility, and exclusive support for everyone who puts more into their yard and expects more out of their tractor.
For over 60 years, Owens Corning has been advancing the science of insulation, roofing, siding, sound control, and more. And everything we've learned, we've put into one very special place, your home. Owens Corning, innovations for living.
Now the Angels into the last of the third inning. The Angels won. The Rangers won. David Eckstein coming up here against Ismael Valdez. Eckstein singled to center his first time. He fell behind in the count, had 2 strikes on him, and hit one right past Valdez into center field. Eckstein, 293 last year, and that's a ball down and away. 2-0 the count.
Well, one of the things that Valdez has been able to do is get ahead of the hitters, but he's not doing it by just throwing a fastball. He's changing speeds, throwing breaking balls on the first pitch.
And a sinker in at the knees for a strike. 2-1.
So far, I mean, I like what he's doing.
When I was on the plane with him, I asked him about what kind of pitches he's featuring, and he gave me the list of pitches that he throws, and then he said, and I intend to throw them with pinpoint control. Got the call on that one. 3-2 the count. What Kazon says about it. Got a little help on that one. According to Kazon, foul off to the right by Eckstein. 3-2 the count. Darren Erstad on deck, and then Tim Salmon. 1-1 the score, last of the third. Eckstein did not score the Angel run after his single in the first, but his single really is what started the rally. He got forced out moments later. And he gets the walk. During the spring, we spent some time with David Eckstein, who does not own a computer, and we tagged after him a little bit.
I don't get recognized at the library at all. No one knows who I am.
Do you play baseball? Or?
Yeah, I play baseball.
With the Angels? Or?
Yes, with the Angels.
Second base or?
Shortstop.
Well, my first question would be is why is a big league ball player going to the library? I mean, it takes a long time just to drive to a library.
Well, he's going there to read his email.
Yeah, I know, but why wouldn't you have your own computer, save time, and be prepared?
Well, because he wants to unclutter his life. He says that would be a real distraction, having a computer. You'd want to go online, maybe check other things out. It's always there, you know, always luring you to go online. He doesn't want that.
Well, I agree. I don't have a computer anymore either.
You don't?
For that same reason.
So that's why you never
Yeah, I don't respond to emails
anymore.
No. But I was around the cage with Tim Salmon was telling me about the fact that Eckstein goes to the library all the time, and he laughed as well. He thought it was funny too. He spent more time driving back and forth.
Erstad takes outside. So Ismael Valdez all of a sudden here is not throwing those first pitch strikes as he had been doing with great regularity in the first 2 innings.
But I think one of the problems, you can't just stand there and throw first pitch fastball. So he's been changing speeds, trying to get ahead with his other pitches.
There goes Eckstein. Swing and a miss. Diaz backed up by Young. The low throw got past A-Rod, and it's a steal for Eckstein.
Well, that's what the Angels do. That was not a straight steal. It was obviously a hit and run. They were opened up a hole with A-Rod going to cover. And that's what, when I talked to Socha today, he said stealing base is not the most important thing, but staying out of double plays, opening up holes for my hitters, and putting runners in motion. That's what we do best.
Well, the throw been there, they would have had him by plenty.
It was offline.
1-1 the count.
Young. Good job.
So he got him over. That's the good job.
Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, and we've seen so far in this ball game, we've seen the Rangers trying to be better situational hitters than they've been in the past also. So I always think that teams try to imitate the previous year's world champion if they're capable. Can't duplicate what the Diamondbacks did because you do not have Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. But I think a lot of teams can be better situational hitters like the Angels were last year and be more aggressive, and I think you'll see that this year.
Here's Tim Salmon, and that first pitch breaking ball, the slider is fouled out of play. And it is 0-1. Salmon got a base hit his first time out. You know, Salmon, we had mentioned how last year when he started off very poorly, after his poor season the year before, his worst season, he really thought about retiring. He said he'd never been a quitter in anything in his life, but he said it was playing on his mind. 0-1 the count, and that got him. Salmon hit by the pitch, and now the big RBI man Garrett Anderson coming up with a couple of men on again.
Well, let's see the target. The target's inside corner, and this ball just runs in, and Salmon gets hit on his left arm.
Just beneath the elbow on that bone.
Well, because of the way, you know, the approach of most hitters, and that is to step in, is very difficult to get out. That ball should not have hit him. You know, I mean, that wasn't that bad a pitch. But, you know, the way the guys step in is just almost impossible to get back out.
Lunging toward the plate. Here's Garrett Anderson. And he's got the base hit. Anderson delivers. 2-1 as Eckstein comes in to score. Salmon stops at second. And the Angels have their first lead of the 2003 season.
That's what makes Garrett Anderson such a good hitter. He knows he has a hole between first and second. And Valdez, for some reason, threw him in a curveball off-speed pitch. That's easy to pull. He's going to pull the ball in the hole. You've got to throw him sinkers away or do something else. I mean, you throw him a breaking ball here. Look at this. I mean, it's easy to pull that pitch, and it's a big hole on. Look at all the hole on the right side over here. And you throw him a breaking ball, and he's automatically going to pull that pitch. That's one of the things that I see that, you know, pitchers do not adhere to anymore, trying to throw sinkers away to keep a left-handed hitter from hitting the hole on the right side.
So the Angels ahead 2-1. 2 men on, 1 man out. Here's Brad Fulmer, red hot. And he takes ball 1, a sinker up and away. Now Fulmer said he'd never been as locked in as he is right now. Never had anywhere close to as good a spring as he just had. And in his first at bat in the regular season, he kept it up, knocking in a run with a base hit. He got a chance to do it again here. Up into the twilight, and that will go out of play. Blaylock, the third baseman, gave chase, but that's in amongst the spectators. A sea of red. We saw that starting in October last year, Joe. I mean, where it seemed like everybody was dressed in red here at Edison Field. Kind of reminded you of going to games at Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
red's a power color anyway, isn't it? Very successful color.
Well,
gets your attention.
See, I'm not a Xenia man like you, so so I know that you would know, though.
Yeah, but it's a power color.
So that's the power tie color?
Yeah, exactly.
Right to third. Blaylock over to second one. Young to first. Double play dug out by Palmeiro. And the Angels get just the one. 2-1. Rafael Palmeiro coming up for Texas. We head to the fourth. 2-1 Angels.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Hey, Smith, you get a raise?
No, I got an Optima.
Introducing the Kia Optima midsize sedan. Smith got a raise and options. With available V6.
VP?
10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Smith's taking over.
Smith. And a starting price around $16,000.
Watch your back, Smith. Smith Worldwide.
It'll just look like you got a raise. The Kia Optima. Right now, get 0% financing or up to $2,000 cash back.
Fill your glasses for a toast.
Champagne?
Sorry, I'm drinking Sam Adams.
Good move. A quality beer drinker doesn't compromise a Samuel Adams lager. Always a good decision.
How fast does a clip slash freshen my breath? You want to see it again?
Introducing Eclipse Flash. Finally, a breath strip that tastes good.
We're in the land of the rally monkey. 2-1, the Angels leading the Texas Rangers. The big crowd at Edison Field to watch the world champion Angels start their encore season as Rafael Palmeiro takes a called strike from John Lackey. Lackey started a bit shakily, throwing a lot of pitches, not real sharp. But in the third inning, he had a 3-up, 3-down inning, threw almost all strikes. Again, the Angels have that shift on for Palmeiro, the sort of Bonzian shift. And that curveball low and inside, 2-1. The third baseman glosses over to shortstop. The shortstop Eckstein is playing the second base position. The second baseman Kennedy's out in shallow right field. And you know, for the Angels, Joe, I actually like that alignment. Ordinarily, I'm a big proponent of if the guy's your best shortstop, even when you put the shift on, we'll keep him at shortstop.
Yeah.
Don't make the third baseman the shortstop. But Gloss is actually a good shortstop. He used to play a lot of shortstop. High in the air down the right field line, and that's a foul ball. And Eckstein probably has the arm of a second baseman.
That's the reason I think they did it that way, because he doesn't have a great arm, and every time, every ground ball, he has to make sure he fields it cleanly and make sure he gets rid of the ball quickly, because he doesn't have your normal major league shortstop's arm, meaning Eckstein.
3-2. Palmeiro into left center field. That's the big part of the ballpark. 387 to the wall out there, and Anderson with an easy play. Palmeiro retired. One away. And the look from high above Edison Field in Anaheim, and that view is courtesy of Goodyear's newest blimp, Spirit of America, based in nearby Carson, California, and we're always happy to have them with us. Here is Ruben Sierra, switch hitter. He struck out his first time. Rips one into right center, base hit. Erstad hustles over to cut it off. Sierra with the big turn, and he'll hold on at first base.
Sierra is one of the few hitters today that uses a heavy bat, and when that ball hits that heavy bat, it jumps, and Ruben is able to get the barrel of it out front. Fastball is pretty much in the middle of the plate, and he drills it right back through the middle. But the ball really jumps off of his bat. By contrast, Rafael Palmeiro used a 31.5-ounce bat, 34 inches.
Up the middle, base hit for Hank Blaylock. Sierra stops at second as Erstad comes up with this one. The throw goes into third base.
And by contrast, Sierra uses a 34-ounce bat and maybe even sometimes 35. He said he couldn't swing a light bat. But most of your hitters today use 31.5 to 32-ounce bats. Not a lot of big bats being used in Major League Baseball now. That ball he was throwing a sinker. He's trying to get him to hit a ground ball so that they could get the double play. The ball did sink, but a good job of hitting there by Blaylock as he didn't try to pull it. A lot of times you throw the sinker with the runner at first base because they try to pull the ball in the hole, and you get the little ground ball to second base. You get the 4-6-3, and that's what he was trying to do. But a good job by Blaylock not to try to pull that pitch.
They still think that Blaylock could end up being a great player in this league. That ball is driven deep to center field by Michael Young, and that ball is driven out of here. Home run! It is Michael Young who hits the first home run of the 2003 season. Not Palmeiro or Gonzalez or A-Rod, Everett, or any one of a number of sluggers in this ball game, but Michael Young. And suddenly the Rangers lead 4-2.
Well, what's interesting again is of this pitch, he doesn't try to pull it. They've taken all the fastballs and gone back through the middle with him. And he gets enough of this to hit it over the center field wall. You see the ball moves back out over the plate a little bit. And Michael Young says, I'm the best defensive second baseman on this team. I can also hit a little bit.
And that snaps in there for a strike to Einar Diaz. Michael Young hit 9 home runs last year in 573 at-bats. But he got one already this year. That one is hit high in the air down the left field line, but a hooking foul. That breaking ball ended up looking pretty fat.
And it's interesting, John, you were talking about the fact that Young hit 9 home runs last year, and they're trying to get a little more power in the lineup with Teixeira and of course Blaylock, because they were trying to convert Blaylock to the second base, to be a second baseman. And I'm sure that Michael Young wants to stall that tactic.
I think you know, John Hart, the general manager, he likes having a second baseman who's got some pop. You know, he had Roberto Alomar for a while there in Cleveland, and before that he had Carlos Baergo, and he was one of the best hitting second basemen around.
It's great for a second baseman to have pop, but he has to be able to play defense as well. And Alomar, of course, could do that.
I heard he was trying to talk you out of retirement.
Yeah, right.
Eckstein grabs that one. Diaz retired. Out number 2.
Let's take a look at the 3 base hits this inning. See, there's the target outside. He misses about 6 inches there. Target outside again. He misses about 5 inches. That one he didn't miss by a lot, but it was up a little bit. But that's what major league hitters do. You miss your spot, and they will make you pay for it.
Here's Glanville. Bluffs the bunt. Takes that breaking ball down and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Glanville has walked, and then he thought that he had walked in the second inning, but was called out on strikes. He's had a 3-2 count in each of his plate appearances. At that fastball. You know, each of those 3 hits, too, Joe, you're showing all 3 on first pitches.
Correct. Well, I think you're going to see a lot of hitters be more aggressive, you know, this year. A lot of times they were waiting because pitchers were starting with breaking balls, and they're trying to get ahead in the count, trying to get a 2-0 count, so they could jump on a fastball. I think you're going to see a little bit more aggressiveness from hitters this year because the pitchers are trying to not fall behind, so they do not have to give them a 2-0 pitch.
He had to spin away from that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You've got Everett on deck, and we saw A-Rod, as they used to say in baseball, in the hole. You need to get a couple of men on here with 2 down to get A-Rod at the plate. Glanville takes time out. Well, Glanville talking about working the count. I mean, he 3-2 counts, and now he's 2-2 here. Shallow left. Anderson on the move. Gets to it. But the 2003 home run leader, Michael Young, launching one to center field, and the Texas Rangers have a 4-2 lead. Troy Gloss coming up.
Villanova's Rally Cats take on the dominant Lady Vols. And Elena Beard leads Duke against Texas Tech. Elite 8 coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 and continues at 9:30 on ESPN.
ESPN the magazine on newsstands now.
Pay bills online free with free checking from Bank of America. Higher standards.
War with Iraq. Stay with Peter Jennings and the people of ABC News for breaking developments. Morning, throughout the day, evening, late night. ABC News, always there when it matters most. Turn to ABC News.
Instead of settling for an ordinary new car, why not step up to a star-marked pre-owned Mercedes-Benz? Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel sold nearly 3,400 new Mercedes-Benz in the last 12 months. And that means we took in a huge number of trade-ins. Beautiful pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, now available at equally beautiful prices. Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel, the Mercedes-Benz of Mercedes-Benz centers for 30 years.
I'm Shannon Doherty, and I'm here to tell you about my new show. It's a show about friends. And surprises. It's a show about friends surprising friends. Laugh it up. You could be next.
Scare Tactics, hosted by Shannon Doherty, premieres Friday, April 4th at 10, only on Sci-Fi Channel.
Baseball is back. We're at Edison Field, home of the world champion Angels. And the Rangers are leading Anaheim 4-2 as we go to the last of the 4th inning. But as the Giants discovered in the World Series, and the Twins in the League Championship Series before them, and the Yankees in the Division Series even before that, no lead, seemingly, is ever safe against this Anaheim ball club. Timeout taken by Troy Gloss, just as Valdez started his motion. Gloss hit into a force play, his first time. Into right center field. And I think the Angels are always happy to see him hit one out there. Sometimes he tries to pull everything. Base hit for Gloss. Now Scott Spezio had that dramatic home run that fueled a comeback in Game 6 of the World Series. And he told us about that at bat, what he was thinking.
So when I came up to bat, I was basically thinking, let's get a pitch to hit, and let's drive it in the gap so we can get one run in and another guy in scoring position. And finally, after fouling off enough of them, he let one slip and threw it middle in. And like I said, I just got enough of it. I was kind of praying on the way to first base that would get out of there.
And here is Spezio now with Gloss at first.
John, I don't think it was so much that it was middle in, it was down. All the other pitches were up that Rodriguez threw him, and he was fighting them off. And that's the sign of a good hitter. You fight off the good pitcher's pitch, and then you hit the pitcher's mistake. Or, I mean, he got the ball down in, and that's the left-handed hitter's zone.
Down and away, 1 ball and no strikes.
But you see, in this ball game, in the first couple of at-bats, he has tried to start him off with an off-speed pitch. He has not thrown him a fastball. Spezio is a very good first-ball fastball hitter. He started him off with a curveball the first time up, now a changeup. He's trying to avoid having to throw him a fastball.
And he pulled that one foul. Looked like he got a changeup from.
That was a changeup.
So, ball and a strike now.
There you can see it as a changeup, and it sinks a little bit.
Scott Spezio. You know, the thing is on that at bat against Felix Rodriguez, I mean, Rodriguez would like to have that pitch over again. I mean, he didn't get it where he wanted it, obviously.
Correct.
But when a guy fouls off so many pitches, you throw that many pitches in an at-bat, it seems like it increases the odds that the guy might make a mistake on one.
Definitely. I mean, the more pitches you see in an at-bat, the better off you are at timing the fastball, and Rodriguez basically a fastball pitcher. And he just got the ball in the one spot. And as Spezio said, he wasn't up there trying to hit a home run, but the location forced him to hit a home run. The ball down and in, and the left-handed hitter is always able to drop the barrel of the ball on the ball down and in. They can handle that pitch.
And a called strike. 1-2 the count. Well, you know, in that comeback, I mean, they were down 5-0 and had 8 outs left. There was already 1 out in that 7th inning when he hit the 3-run homer. But there were no, you know, Bill Buckner ball through the legs. There's no umpires missed call, no booted double plays, no walks, no wild pitches. I mean, they just started clobbering the ball. Now, the Giants might say, well, we made some bad pitches or this or that. But the Angels hit those pitches. I think you had to give them some credit. And Spezio is called out on strike. 1 away. Gloss still at first.
Well, let's take a look at that at bat. Fastball up, a belt high. Fastball away. Fastball up again. Away. But everything is up and he can't handle it. He's just fighting it off. Then he gets one down and in. And again, that's the left-handed hitter's zone. And that's something no one's ever been able to explain, John. But right-handed hitters by nature until recently, last few years, were always high ball hitters. Right-handed hitters preferred the ball up. Left-handed hitters always preferred the ball down. But I think that's changing a little bit in the way that guys hit because they dive into the ball a little bit more. Now you find most hitters are better low ball hitters.
1 ball and no strikes to Benji Molina. 4-2, Texas leading the Angels in the last of the 4th inning. Another thing happened in that 6th game of the World Series. Felix Rodriguez had just been brought in from the bullpen by then Giants manager Dusty Baker in relief of Russ Ortiz, the starting pitcher. And Dusty didn't make a big thing out of it, but before Ortiz left the mound, Dusty handed him the baseball. And when the Angels did mount that come back and win the game, a lot was made out of that. That somehow that inspired the Angels to be a little bit upset and help them in their comeback. What do you think?
No.
Blaylock, the second one. Young, plenty of time to double up the slow-moving catcher Molina. Not the classic-looking double play, but it got the job done. Everett, and then Alex Rodriguez and Juan Gonzalez when we come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the technology offensive has begun. Observe. Laser-guided adaptive cruise control, a rear-view camera, suspension that lowers at speed, headlights that turn to illuminate your path on curves.
Enough. So, what do we do now?
Introducing the entirely new Lexus RX 330. Putting the world on notice again.
What do we do now?
All I need?
What I need
is one more pitch.
One more pitch.
Introducing MVP Baseball 2003. Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Hello. Steve? What? Dude, are you still getting coffee? What? Dude, seriously. What? Oh my, that's a pig drinking a cappuccino. See, that's what I'm talking about.
T-Mobile camera phones. Get more.
My technique when I get in the batter's box is to dig in, pull the pant legs up. I try to point the bat to center field, knock the dirt off, and try to look real mean. What do you think of that?
Major League Baseball Charities is a proud partner of Boys and Girls Clubs of America.
Now I want to teach you about pine tar.
Through programs like RBI and Rookie League, they bring baseball and softball to kids around the world.
Don't be afraid of the ball.
Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Opening night from Anaheim. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. 4-2, the Rangers are leading the Angels here as Texas sends up some big lumber in the 5th inning. As you see the big crowd here at Edison Field. Carl Everett leads off. Then Alex Rodriguez and Juan Gonzalez. Rafael Palmeiro would be due up 4th in the inning. And a big hanging curve from Lackey very high for ball 1.
Well, he got hit with his fastball last inning, and quite naturally he's going to come out and try to establish that he can throw something other than the fastball for a strike.
Good fastball down and in. But, I mean, way in. 1 ball, 1 strike to Everett. I mean, it's not that hard to get the ball in on Everett. I mean, he's way up close to the plate. Too far in this time. He laid off. 2-1 the count. Not as close as we've seen him in the past, though.
Well, the rules say that, you know, the batter's box is supposed to be that 6 inches there. And it looks like he's conforming now.
High in the air to left field. Garrett Anderson. Number 1. Everett retired, and now Alex Rodriguez is coming up. Alex Rodriguez. Now, I don't know what the thing has been on these opening days throughout his career. He's just never done well. There are extenuating circumstances this year. I mean, he missed about 12 days of exhibition games. Just got back into action this past Wednesday. He had a problem in a disc in his upper back. That almost hit him. 1 ball to no strikes. And there was some concern he might not even be ready to play by opening day. They sent it back to Texas. He had an MRI done that he determined what the problem was. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, and they discovered it was not anything real serious.
Well, I expected him to play. I mean, he's been with Texas, and he's never missed a game in those 2 years he's been with Texas.
Yeah, Ripken-like.
Yeah, so you realize this is opening day. He'll be in there.
He was, as a kid, he idolized Cal Ripken. It's back to the screen. 2-1 the count. You got a pitch to hit there.
The one thing about Alex, I mean, there are people who will never give him the credit he deserves because of the money he makes or whatever. They look at that. But he is a consummate professional. I mean, the guy goes out there and plays every day. He gives you 100% effort every day. And, I mean, he's just a great player.
That one is hit high and deep to left field. You can forget about it. That one is headed for Canada. Halfway up into the bleachers beyond the bullpens. And Alex Rodriguez, for the first time, has hit a home run on an opening day. And what a shot that was.
Well, he tried to get a fastball in on him, and I don't think that's a good spot to try to pitch Alex Rodriguez, and that's his 299th home run. But as I was saying, he's just a great player. I mean, there are some special players, and he is one of them. See, it's a fastball supposed to be in. He gets it in, but not coming back. That one's not coming back. He made a great pitch exactly where he wanted it, but just shows you how good a hitter Rodriguez is.
And that's 2 home runs now for the Rangers against Lackey. And Alex Rodriguez, man, he only hit 1 home run all through the exhibition schedule.
He doesn't want to waste them.
Gonzalez along the right field line, and Salmon can't get to it. Now he's got to go chase it. And Gonzalez to second. He turns. He's going to try. Here comes the relay. There, and he's out. Scott Spezio with a perfect throw in the relay.
Well, I knew he should have been out because he wasn't even close to third, but Salmon's ball overthrew the first cutoff man, and I thought he was going to make it because of that. You see Salmon not fleet of foot. The watch, he gets up, he overthrows the first cutoff man. Spezio is there, and he fires a strike to third base.
Troy Gloss had the ball waiting. He had the shift on, and Rafael Palmeiro hits it right into the teeth of that, and then Lackey drops the throw. Spezio got it to him, and Lackey may have stumbled a little bit as he got over to first base, and he could not hold on to it. He gets the error. Palmeiro is safe.
You spend hours and upon hours in spring training working on this. It's called PFP, pitcher's fielding practice. And you see right away Lackey gets over there. Spezio a little far for that lob. I think it didn't get there quick enough for Lackey. See his underhand. Now watch, it takes a little while, and he's already trying to slow up to make the play. Lackey probably would have preferred that ball to be thrown a little harder so he gets it 2 steps in front of the bag.
Now Ruben Sierra. There goes Palmeiro. You know, Palmeiro told me before the game, I asked him about his right knee, because he's had some knee problems in the past. And he says, I don't have any problems with my knee. I says, I had a few years ago. I said, yeah, but I heard all the cartilage is gone, whatnot. It's kind of a problem. He says, my knee has never felt better. I'm going to steal a base tonight. I'll prove it to you.
Well, they helped him by playing behind him, though. They were not holding him on.
Well, he didn't say that. he didn't put any conditions on it. And that's up and away to Sierra. The running Rangers.
Well, I mean, you can expect them to be different this year, you know, and hopefully that if you're Buck Showalter, you hope that all the guys buy in to what you're trying to do there. And it's not easy to change, you know, the attitudes of players who've been successful for a long period of time individually.
Well, I mean, the Palmeiro, even though they weren't holding him, the fact that he took off, that plants a seed, right? For,
exactly.
Not just for Mike Scioscia and the Angels, but other American League teams. You're going to let him get a huge lead? Well, he's going to take advantage of it. Right there on the outside to Sierra. 2-2 the count. There's Ben Weber up in the Angels bullpen, a right-hander. By the way, Rafael Palmeiro in the last 4 seasons combined, Joe, 7 stolen bases.
It's kind of hard to steal bases when you're trotting most of the time, though.
There he goes. A shot right to Spezio. Sierra hit a laser beam, but right into the glove of Spezio. Well, Palmeiro did not get a steal, but not for a... with a tape measure home run. Number 299 for him.
If your tires can't do this, you need new tires that can. Goodyear tires. Right now, when you buy 4 selected Goodyear tires, you'll get up to $50 cash. So you'll have plenty of money down the road.
Rated E for everyone.
For over 60 years, Owens Corning has been advancing the science of insulation, roofing, siding, sound control, and more. And everything we've learned, we've put into one very special place, your home. Owens Corning, innovations for living.
What can a toy store teach us about disciplined investing? Not everything that catches your eye is worth buying. What can a seaplane teach us about financial advisors? The best ones take you places where others can't. At Markovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and believe that even in uncertain and difficult times, there are opportunities. Our financial advisors can help you find them. Our goals are simple. Protect what you have and build on it. Individual advice, individual answers. Talk to us. Together, we can achieve uncommon
gone from Ismael Valdez to Adam Kennedy. Kennedy hit .312 last year. But he's the 9th place hitter for the Angels. Then the top of the order, Eckstein to follow. He drives one into left center field. That's into the alleyway. That's going to go through. One hop to the wall. Glanville plays the carom. And Kennedy trots into second with a stand-up double.
When you watch Kennedy hit, he has an unusual swing. It's like he kind of raises up a little bit. And last year when he hit those 3 home runs, his timing was perfect. And watch, he's down a little bit in the crouch, and then he kind of raises up. And he drives the ball the opposite way. He's normally pretty much a pull hitter, but that ball was drilled into left center field.
Well, this is the 5th inning, and it's the 4th of those 5 innings in which the Angels have gotten their leadoff man on base. There's the bunt. Valdez has to hurry. Got him by just a step or less.
Nice play there by Valdez. There's going to be a much more difficult play for Blaylock to make at third base, but nice play there by Valdez. Not a great bunt. It was bunted halfway between the mound and the foul line. You try to get it all the way down the line. You want it down here, and you can see that ball back toward the mound. So not a perfect bunt by any stretch of imagination, but a nice play again by Valdez.
Well, you see there in the super slow-mo, got him by a full step. And here is Erstad. He's bunted into a force play and grounded out. He's 0 for 2, and he takes a strike. Runner at third. Now, Eckstein gets credit for a sacrifice bunt, although with his club down by 3, you figure most likely he's trying to beat it out. The official scorer has it within his powers to decide what the intent was of the hitter.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is it too early in the season to get into my dislikes about scoring? Or should I wait?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll wait.
I was thinking maybe November. That's the second. Well, that'll get a run home. They manufacture a run here. And Erstad retired, but Kennedy comes in. Well, it still ends up being not a bad play by Eckstein.
Oh, no, I think it's a good play because he's trying to beat it out, but I don't think you should be getting credit for a sacrifice. If you're not going to give a guy a stolen base and call it fielder's indifference or whatever you want to do, how are you going to give a guy a sacrifice when you're 3 runs down?
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. I feel if a guy takes a base, that's a steal.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Now, if they're going to give the guy the stolen base, then give him the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because he did take a base.
And even though it was a 3-run game, you're saying, well, they don't need 1 run. They need 3 runs.
Exactly.
They're giving away an out and whatnot.
But you help.
That run may be the key run when it's all said and done with. We'll find out.
Well, they only need 2 now.
That's right.
Exactly. No, I agree.
Now they get 1 man on base, and the next guy's the tying run.
I'm just saying if you're going to give a guy sacrifice that situation, and a guy steals a base, then he should be given credit for stealing the base.
Salmon, base hit. Tim Salmon, always a slow starter in April, but he's 2 for 2 in this opener. He's also been hit by a pitch. And that's the 7th hit of the game against Valdez for the Anaheim Angels. And for the first time, the Rangers bullpen showing a little stirring around. Aaron Foltz, the former San Francisco Giant, not started throwing yet. Ben Weber's continued to throw, by the way, in the Angel bullpen. He's just finished up out there. You see, they've made the call to the bullpen now. And Foltz is starting to throw. Valdez, he came into this inning having thrown 52 pitches. Now they want to give that bullpen a little time. And Oral Hershiser, Bulldog, is going out to the mound to talk to Valdez. And it was not Foltz who got up, but rather C.J. Nitkowski, another left-hander. And the view of the bullpen from high above Edison Field, and aerial coverage is courtesy of Goodyear and its fleet of airships, which reminds you to take all of life's journeys on the wings of Goodyear.
John, I think one other thing we're seeing here is, you know, here's Buck Showalter. He's a new manager of this ball club. I think he still wants to know how tough and what he can do with a guy like Valdez. How tough is he in these situations? And he's trying to find out. You know, maybe, you know, A month from now, he'll realize this guy's going to get me through the 5th inning. I'm going to be all right with him. Or he may realize, hey, I have to go get him anytime he starts to struggle after the 4th inning. But those are the things you learn as a manager as the season goes along. And the quicker you learn those things, the better off you are.
Garrett Anderson right out and singled home a run. And he takes a called strike, a fastball in there. Well, that was only the 61st pitch of the game thrown by Valdez. But, you know, his ability to go much beyond 6 innings has always been in question throughout his career. But it's a ball.
Put it bluntly, John, he's in the majority now. It's not, you know, that's the way most pitchers are. 5, 6 innings.
You see, there's been a change in that Angels bullpen. Donnelly, number 53, is up. Weber had been up. Now they've closed the gap a little bit, and Donnelly gets up. We're in the last of the 5th inning. Long way to go in this one yet. Salmon back to the bag. There's John Lackey. 5 innings tonight. His first opening night assignment, and he's been touched up a little bit. He's given up 5 runs and 8 hits, 2 home runs, including a spectacular home run by Alex Rodriguez. Right back at Valdez. And he gets Anderson.
Another nice play.
1 run for the Angels. We go to the 6th inning. It is 5-3 Texas.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett Packard. Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What? Radio Shack.
I am baseball obsessed.
MLB 2004 is very realistic. It makes you feel like you're part of the game.
You're able to select pitch location, selecting the type of pitch you're going to throw.
As a competitive person, I love having control. There it is.
Sometimes you win. Ding dong, was that the school bell? Do you have a pad and pen with you? Are you able to take down any of this? Sometimes you lose.
You gotta love the low prices at Walmart. MLB 2004, rated E for everyone. Available now at Walmart. Oh, he was safe.
Fashion. Furnishings. Food. Fun. Day or night, the marketplace. We've got it all. I-5 at Jamboree.
All it takes is one simple word.
Financially confused? Don't worry. 80 years experience says we know the answers. Which means all you have to know is us. Insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
ESPN's Opening Night Baseball, presented by the Home Depot. Brought to you by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. And by Walmart. Always low prices. Always.
Happy New Year. And we say that to all baseball fans because opening day for a baseball fan is New Year's Day. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan, your regular Sunday night telecasters. Next Sunday will be our debut of our 14th season of ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. You'll see these Angels again up in Oakland. There's Ben Weber, the 33-year-old right-hander, who has found a home here in Anaheim. It was a long, winding road that he traveled before he finally put it all together here with the Angels. And last year he had a very fine season. 63 games, 2.54 ERA. Most of the year he was the setup man, even for a while a closer when Percival was on the DL. That sinker is low as he faces Hank Blaylock. Blaylock had a single in the 4th. He's 1 for 2. Michael Young on deck, and then Einar Diaz. This is the last third of the batting order for Texas. And John Lackey finished for the night. Right off the mound And off the glove of Kennedy behind second. I don't think it would have mattered, even had he been able to handle it. So Blaylock gets his second hit. 9th hit overall for Texas.
Well, they say Blaylock is a different hitter this year. Last year he got off to a great start and then he struggled, but now they say he's more disciplined and he doesn't try to pull everything. As example there, he goes right back through the middle. And you're right, even if Kennedy catches this ball, there's no chance for him to throw Blaylock out on the play.
Texas bullpen is busy again. Adam Kennedy. There's Aaron Foltz up in the bullpen. And that's a called strike over the outside to Michael Young. Young hit the first home run of this season. A 3-run big fly out to center field. By the way, you're talking about Blaylock. He made the club after a great spring last year amidst much fanfare. It looked like he was really going to be a good one. And then he just couldn't get a hit. Batting average is hovering right around 200 or lower. And then finally they just thought it'd be better for him if he went back to the minor leagues for a little more seasoning to get his stroke together. 0-2 to Michael Young. Blaylock, even though he opened the year with the club last year in the big leagues, his opening day age this year, he's only 22. By the way, he did go to Oklahoma City and he hit .307 there. And he hit .327 in AA ball at Tulsa the year before that. 0-2 the count. 5-3. Texas ahead. We're in the 6th inning. Down the third base line. Gloss over to second one. Kennedy over to first. Not in time.
Nice turn at second there by Kennedy.
Fans, our coverage of the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship continues tomorrow on ESPN at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, the Mid-East Regional Final. Second seeded Villanova against number 1 Tennessee. Then at 9:30, 6:30 Pacific, the Midwest Regional Final. Number 2 seeded Texas Tech against number 1 Duke. And then our next originally produced ESPN HD telecast will be Tuesday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. We bring you the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship, the East Regional Final, Purdue and UConn, the top 2 seeds there. Call your local cable operator or satellite provider for more information about the ESPN HD service. Here's Einar Diaz. Pitch out, but the runner not going.
And that's interesting in itself because the Texas Rangers not known for, you know, hitting and running or trying to steal a base, but that shows you that they realize and think that Buck Showalter is going to change that philosophy.
Diaz is at a double and he's popped up to short. Midland field looking for the double play. Back to the bag is Young. Diaz looking for a sign. As you see how they play the infield, I mean,
pretty much straight away double play depth. Second baseman and shortstop cheating a little bit toward the bag.
Runner going, and the ball is popped up right out towards second base. Kennedy waiting for it, and that is out number 2.
And that was a perfect time to try to hit and run. After they pitch out, count goes 1 ball, no strike. You know that they're going to have to try to throw a strike to send the runner. Good job there by the Rangers to send the runner. They just didn't execute.
Now the Angels are not easy to steal a base against. I mean, Ivan Rodriguez has now moved over to the National League with Florida, and based on what he did last year, that may mean Benji Molina inherits the mantle as the toughest catcher to steal against. He threw out 42% of those who tried to steal a base last year. Now, obviously, he must have gotten a lot of help from his pitching staff.
Yeah, well, you have to work together. I mean, the team, the pitchers work with the catcher to give them a shot. I think Ivan Rodriguez is the only one that didn't need a lot of help.
Yeah.
I think everyone else needs some help.
Ivan is pretty well.
Yeah, took care of it.
Took care of it. That's it. That's a little bit inside, apparently. 1 ball to no strike. Now, the reason I bring that up, Joe, you get your leadoff man up with 2 down. this is the time to steal. He's got to go. I'm sending him.
No, well, that's a good point. Your leadoff hitter's up, so if he tries to steal and he's thrown out, you have your leadoff hitter leading off the next inning. That's why you have him as a leadoff hitter.
Back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Young only stole 6 bases last year, but in the minor leagues, he stole as many as 30 bases in a season. That was 1999, not so long ago. One the count to Glanville. Glanville 0 for 2 with a walk in this game. And he's seen a lot of pitches in this game tonight. 2 3-2 counts and 1 2-2 count.
John, you're talking about stealing the base. One of the things that still puzzles me, remember we were doing the 5th game of the Minnesota A's game last year. Ray Durham led off with a single, and when the inning was over, he was still at first base.
Glanville's got a base hit. Young stops at second. I don't know if Young had stolen the bag already. That base hit might have turned into a run already.
But guess what? I think that the fact that the threat of a stolen base helped Glanville there. When you have a guy at first, you might steal after you pitched out. You do not want to throw anything but a fastball, and that's a fastball down and in, and Glanville pulls it in the hole for a base hit. Running helps the hitter that's in the batter's box. Just the threat of a running situation. If they think you might run, the catcher's always going to call something a hard pitch, whether it's a slider or a fastball. So you're always going to be able to, as a hitter, stand there and look for something hard and be able to hit it. You don't look for curveballs or changeups in those situations because they're not going to call them.
Now Carl Everett, he's had a bunt single, grounded to short and fly to left. He's 1 for 3. Along the left field line, that is twisting back and into the crowd. 0-1 the count. 2 on, 2 out in the 6th. The Rangers have 10 hits now, and they have put 13 men on base. I mean, the Rangers, they score a lot of runs. Last year they had 230 homers. The last 2 years, in fact, they have led the majors in home run hitting. There's Alex Rodriguez on deck. But Buck Showalter said he feels it's a priority for them to get more men on base. The home runs will come. That's back out of play again. This one into the upper deck by Everett.
I don't know how much more you can ask of an offense. They averaged 5.7 runs or something a game last year. I mean, they averaged, they put runs. You have to stop the other team. I think that was the problem with the Rangers. The other team get 27 outs too.
Yeah, but they scored a lot of runs. It was about 5.2, 5.3 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, your point is well taken.
Right.
So they finished at 8 runs.
Never was good with decimals.
Or logarithms.
Yeah.
Unlike Doug Glanville. 1 and 2 now to Everett. That was a close pitch. Let's take a look at K-zone. Wasn't even that close, according to K-zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But I mean, how many of those runs did they score, Joe, last year when they were behind 8-0?
Good point.
Check swing. An appeal denied by third base umpire Ron Culpa. 2-2 the count. I mean, that happens sometimes, especially with power clubs, right? Pitchers have a big lead. They just want to throw fastballs and get ahead of hitters and whatnot.
That's true. I mean, if you're ahead 8-0, you don't care if they hit, because it takes 8 solo homers to tie you.
Two and 2 the count to Everett. Trying to keep the inning going here. Tough, hard sinker there from Weber. He got a piece of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You've got Young at second, Glanville at first. Glanville is a guy who can steal a base. I mean, he's not a prolific base stealer, but he's well capable of stealing 30 bases in a year or more. 2-2 the count. And it's a full count now. I mean, you got to be careful with Everett. This guy's got great power. But the man on deck is one of the best in the game. Alex Rodriguez on deck. So if it helps you to hit in front of a guy like A-Rod, this is the time. The runners take off. Back to the screen.
High fastball. one thing you are, if you're a hitter and you're a good hitter, as Everett is, you're an aggressive hitter. Even though that pitch was off the plate a little bit, he can still handle it.
There go the runners. And the walk. So Weber walks Everett, and now he's got to face Alex Rodriguez with the bases loaded. The last time A-Rod was up, he was facing John Lackey, and here's what he did. Take a look at this one.
Now that is truly our first big fly. The home run that Mike Young hit was a home run. That's a big fly right there.
A-Rod had that little sly smile to the dugout. He knew where it was headed. Headed for Fresno. And she's got it. She's got the A-Rod souvenir up there in the bleachers. A-Rod takes a fastball over the outside. 0-1. Bases loaded. This is a big moment in this game now. The great slugger at the plate. That's the spot. Our camera's out about the spot where it landed. Look how far away from home plate that one was.
Over the bullpen, over everything.
Yeah, over both bullpens. 1 ball, 1 strike. Weber's in a lot of trouble here. His next home run will be number 300. Jimmy Fox, in the history of the game, was the youngest ever to get 300 up till now. Bases loaded, 2 down. Popped in the air to right field. I say popped in the air. It sends Salmon back several feet shy of the warning track. Easy play for him, and the inning is over. Weber walking through troubled waters, but gets it done. Fulmer coming up, 5-3 Texas.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel. Carl.
Buck.
Brian.
Tyrone T. Jenkins.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
Hey, Smith, you get a raise?
No, I got an Optima.
Introducing the Kia Optima midsize sedan.
Smith got a raise and options.
With available V6.
VP?
10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Smith's taking over.
Smith. And a starting price around $16,000.
Watch your back, Smith.
Smith Worldwide.
It'll just look like you got a raise. The Kia Optima. Right now, get 0% financing or up to $2,000 cash back.
Anniversary V-Rod. Claim yours before they're gone.
You describe yourself as a moderately risky investor. In that case, how comfortable would you be if in the short term your portfolio value declined by, say, 30%?
How short is short term?
You have to ride these things out.
Not acceptable. I'm looking farther down the road than that.
I'm going to suggest we modify your risk tolerance to fairly conservative.
Yeah.
Building wealth begins with a relationship, and our financial advisors know it. UBS Payne Weber.
Welcome back to ESPN's opening night, presented by the Home Depot. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. 14th season of Major League Baseball coverage on ESPN beginning tonight. The Texas Rangers in front of the Anaheim Angels, and they have invoked the rally monkey, Joe.
Well, we've seen it work on several occasions.
It seemed like it worked every time they used it back in October, that's for sure. Aaron Foltz, the former San Francisco Giant, now with Texas. And it's 0-1. Brad Fulmer, the first hitter here. He'll be followed by Troy Gloss and then Scott Spezio. 6th inning. Now, a problem for the Rangers last year, they had a lot of games where they were ahead 5-3 by the 6th inning, and a lot of them that they didn't win. down the right field line, and that is into the seats. First throw. The fan had brought his glove, made the catch.
And he did not drop his beverage. Made the one-handed catch.
Ismael Valdez, 5 innings, gave up 3 runs. There's the catch.
Nice one-handed catch.
See, a guy there tried to barehand it. But the guy with the glove is the guy who got it. And Palmeiro takes it unassisted. Fulmer is now 1 for 3. Pitching coach Oral Hershiser talking with Ismael Valdez after he left the game. Let's go back and take a listen.
Kept the damage under control in that 1 inning. In the 3rd inning, could have got away from us. Every inning where they had a rally, you kept the damage down. You put those 1s up there, that's fine. That's the way we're going to pitch. The crooked numbers, we don't want those. Congratulations. Thank you. Way to go. Let's go. Thank you. Get your work in. All right.
Troy lost the hitter. Hit into a force play and it's singled.
John, as I said, at the beginning of the ball game, I am surprised that Valdez has not had more success than he has had. Obviously, he's a good pitcher. But I think with this Texas team that scores as many runs as they do, if he makes 1 mistake or 2 mistakes, over the course of the ball game, he's going to win a lot of ball games. Because as Hershiser said, he kept the damage control to the minimum, and he just kept them in the ball game. Even, the Angels jumped ahead 2-1, but he wouldn't let him go any further than that as far as building on that lead.
Well, last year with Texas, Valdez had a 3.93 ERA, which is pretty good, especially in that ballpark. Up the middle, and Troy Gloss has his 2nd hit of the game. And I think they like to see that from Gloss, going up the middle, going to right center where his first hit went. They know the home runs are going to come. They like to see that approach from him.
John, as Spezio comes to the plate, let's take a look at this pitch. And that's a pitch that a lot of right-handed hitters will try to pull off of a left-handed pitcher, but he just takes this one back through the middle. And we've seen a lot of that today. A lot of hitters going right back through the middle and having success.
Now Scott Spezio, who hit .368 against left-handed pitching last year. That's a foul. He really hit it hard, but foul.
John, I saw a great quote today. It said that, as we know that, Spezio's a guy, he plays in a rock band, he plays guitar and whatever. And the quote said that Spezio has the coolest day job of any wannabe rock star. This is a nice day job, isn't it?
Yeah. The Ranger bullpen is busy again. Back of Fultz. There's Jay Powell up, the right-hander. Spezio hits it high in the air. Juan Gonzalez in right field, and that is out number 2. Spezio is 0 for 3 in this one. Gloss hanging on at first base.
Let's take a look at this last pitch on K-zone. Because he's left-handed, the ball will automatically tail away from the right-handed hitter, and he made almost a perfect pitch there, diving away from Spezio.
I like to see where the catcher gives the target.
Right.
And then you see the glove doesn't even move. And that's exactly what happened right there. Here's Benji Molina, the Angels catcher. And it's 0-1. Here's that pitch again, Joe.
Well, there's the setup right there. And the pitch was going to end up there.
Spezio victimized by some good pitching right there. 0-1 the count to Molina. Hits it off the plate and foul.
John, we've both discussed and been asked this question: do we think the Angels can, repeat? And I have to say yes, simply because if you look, last year they didn't have players that had career years. They had a lot of players who performed well, did their job within the structure of the team, and had a lot of success. So when you do that, you're not going to have a big drop-off, and you didn't have someone hit 380 and drive in 150 runs. So I don't think anyone had a career year on that ball club. I think they can all get better. Plus, they're going to have Francisco Rodriguez from the beginning of the season, John Lackey from the beginning. So I think they can actually be a little better ball club. Now, whether they will get all the breaks they got last year or not, we'll have to wait and see.
0-2 to Molina. And that, I mean, break number one is that they stayed healthy most of the years.
Right. And that is a break. I mean, people, you know, a lot of teams, I mean, if you go back last year, there were a lot of teams that would have performed better had they had the same kind of success as the Angels.
You got Goss picked off. Palmeiro throws to second. Young with the tag, and this inning is not over. A balk was charged to Aaron Foltz. A balk has been called.
Well, I saw it that way too, but very rarely do they call a balk. And Aaron saw him take off, and he had already made his start in his mind up that he was going to the plate, and then he saw him take off, so he responded by throwing to first base. You don't see any argument from anyone. I saw it myself. Now watch, he's coming to the plate. See that he steps here and then he throws there, but I've seen that.
Molina right over to Blaylock, and it doesn't really matter. The inning ends one pitch later. Now we're going to the late innings. On to the seventh. Juan Gonzalez, then Rafael Palmeiro coming up. 5-3 Texas.
Elias, I have to go back to my convention. Yeah, I know, but I have a convention.
auto allá.
Bueno.
Come on.
I have to go to my convention. I know. I wish I could stay. We got married. I have to go. I love you. I'll call you. But you know, one more thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you smell so good.
Little boy asks his neighbors why they're always working on their yard. Neighbor looks up. Nothing more relaxing. Nothing wrong with getting your hands dirty, she adds. Little boy's dad asks how they manage it all. Neighbor nods across the yard. Nothing runs like a deer. John Deere lawn and garden tractors. Durability, precision, versatility, and exclusive support for everyone who puts more into their yard and expects more out of their tractor.
You gelling?
No telling how much I'm gelling. You gelling?
You know I'm gelling. Hey, Ellen, you gelling?
I'm gelling like a felon. You want some melon?
Nah, but hey, I'm like mud gelling. I'm so gelling.
Nice.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles are made from the softest gel ever created. If you and your shoes don't feel outrageously comfortable, you get your money back. Guaranteed.
I'm gelling.
You're not gelling.
You're so not gelling. Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl's. Look, feel, do better.
For over 60 years, Owens Corning has been advancing the science of insulation, roofing, siding, sound control, and more. And everything we've learned, we've put into one very special place, your home. Owens Corning, innovations for living.
Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, the best-selling fighting game of 2002, is the best 3D fighter to date, says Game Informer magazine. Vibe magazine calls it the most brutal and challenging fighting game of all time. Now available, rated mature.
Now to the seventh inning. It is 5-3. The Rangers leading the Angels. Ben Weber into his second inning of work. Juan Gonzalez, the hitter. And that's ball one. Gonzalez has singled, grounded out to short, and doubled. His single, by the way, is a broken bat bloop that drove in the first run of the game. High in the air to left field. Drifting back. Anderson still going back to the wall, and this ball is gone. Well, that ball must be carrying pretty well to left field. That's the second time tonight that Anderson has just started to drift back, and that ball just would not come down. Juan Gonzalez with his second RBI of the game, his first home run of the year, and it is 6-3 Texas.
I think that one drifted, John, because of who hit it. Juan Gonzalez, I thought he hit it well enough right away that it was going to be a home run. It was just so high because the sound had the home run sound to it. It's a little fastball that tails back in. Look at that, right on the numbers right there. He got it right exactly where he wanted. I knew that was a home run.
They're making a change now. Schoenweis coming in. 6-3 Texas.
Hey, what's up?
Do you know where your clippers are?
I don't know. In the garage? I'm in a meeting now. Can we do it in a toolbox, maybe?
No.
The closet. Oh, no, Landon? Oh, is he all right?
Yeah.
Oi.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
T-Mobile camera phones. Get more.
The Bambino to the Bronx Zoo.
You don't like it? You're fired.
Mr. October to Mr. November. Salute the Pinstripes' 100th birthday with a marathon of classics. Damn Yankees continues all this weekend only on ESPN Classic.
Your knees ache. You should look down at your feet. When you experience discomfort in your legs, look down at your feet. If your back is killing you, look down at your feet. Your troubles may be coming from your feet. Watch the Arch Classic Show and discover how you can find better comfort, balance, and support.
Watch the Good Feet Store's Arch Classic Show on Cox Channel 96.
Hungry for a legendary burrito? How about homemade salsa and whole chips? Maybe steak or chicken fajitas? Then you're hungry for Supermex. Since 1974, Supermex has been serving homemade, delicious Mexican food in comfortable, friendly surroundings. Relax on our patio. Enjoy our mouth-watering margaritas along with other bar specials. And experience the authentic flavors and outstanding values of Supermex. Lunch, dinner, or takeout. Bring the whole family. It's Supermex on the corner of Culver and Walnut in the Heritage Plaza, Irvine.
Number 60, Scott Schoenweiss, now pitching for the Angels, the only left-hander out of the Angels bullpen. He comes down to face Rafael Palmeiro, who bluffed the bunt. Now, if Rafi dropped the bunt down that third base side, it would be an easy hit. If he bunted it hard, he might get a double. There is nobody at third base. And ball two. Well,
I think he was actually going to do it then. You don't bluff two pitches in a row. I think he was going to do it. But the Angels are saying, hey, if you want to bunt, go ahead.
You see Schoenweiss's numbers from last year. Soaring fly ball to right. That one's going back. Salmon now near the warning track. Veers off to his right, makes the catch. Well, the Texas Rangers, I mean, this club just has great power. Juan Gonzalez missed most of last year, and they still had 230 home runs as a team. And you know, I saw an exhibition game in San Francisco Friday night. Gonzalez drove in 6 runs in that game against the Giants. Hit a 3-run homer that was almost identical to the home run we just saw him hit here. Just would not come down. And then he had broken bat bloops and, you know, singles where nobody was. I mean, he just has that way to. You put men on base, he's going to find a way to bring him home. As Ruben Sierra is thrown out by David Eckstein.
The only question mark ever with Gonzalez is he going to be healthy for the entire season? And how many at-bats will he get? Because, I mean, he's proven that if he gets his 500 at-bats, he's going to put up some huge numbers.
Well, one of his fellow countrymen, Hall of Famer, one of your fellow Hall of Famers, Orlando Cepeda, checked in with Gonzalez during the offseason down in Puerto Rico. And he came back and predicted that Gonzalez is going to have a monster year. Nice pick at first base by Spezio. And the throw by Kennedy. And Blaylock is retired. But it is 6-3 Texas. We're going to stay right now. Robbie Britt will lead the crowd in the singing of God Bless America. And we'll stay right here as the big crowd at Edison Field sings God Bless America.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, joining with all major league clubs, your Anaheim Angels ask you to join us singing God Bless America, followed by Take Me Out to the Ball Game. God Bless America will be performed by Mr. Robbie Britt, followed by Joel James, and Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's the facelift you've been contemplating for that certain room. A place to spruce up your home and save. And we're making it even easier with no payments or interest until March 2004 on flooring, appliance, closet, kitchen, or bath purchases of $299 or more. Just use your Home Depot or Expo credit card. It's the guaranteed low price to make every dollar work. So make time for a home makeover. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
Pretty intense, isn't it?
For in-your-face home theater action, come to Best Buy. From Sony Plasma TVs to Bose Surround Sound, we'll help find the system that's right for you. Get into the action at Best Buy.
Hey, Vinny. What are you doing stinking up my stuff?
These things are magic, Mikey.
Anybody could hit in these. Anybody, huh?
The new MLB Authentic Collection Performance Batting Practice Jerseys and Caps are here. Now, anyone can get them.
ESPN's Opening Night Baseball, presented by the Home Depot. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help. And in part by T-Mobile. Get more minutes, more features, more service. By Pennzoil, protection for the way you drive. Pennzoil, we're driving protection. And by Best Buy, the latest technology and entertainment all in one place.
Ball one to Adam Kennedy from Aaron Foltz as we start the Angels half of the seventh. 6-3, Texas leading. And Kennedy, who hit a double his last time and scored a run, takes ball two. The Texas bullpen is busy with the right-handed batting Eckstein up next, but then the lefty Erstad behind him. We'll see how Buck Showalter wants to play it here. He's got a right-hander up in his bullpen. And that's a foul on the third base side. Over to Ron Renicky, the third base coach. There's Francisco Cordero, who ended up as the closer for Texas at the end of last year. Did a great job. Probably their most successful closer last year. Well, not probably. He was, without question. Now he's a setup man in front of Uguet Urbina. High And the air to center, Glanville. He's got room to take this one. And Kennedy is out number 1.
And when you talk about the Rangers, you know, and I told you I think they're my sleeper team this year. But if you look at their record last year, they were 500 against everyone except the American League West. They were 20-38 in their own division. So, and they're playing a lot of games early in this season in their own division again. So they need to get off to a good start. And there you see the numbers. That's the one that hurts you right there, the one that in your own division.
Here's David Eckstein. Well, their first 19 games, again this year, I mean, that's the way it always works out with the new unbalanced schedule. Their first 19 games, there's Colby Lewis, by the way, a rookie. He'll be in that starting rotation. We saw Chan Ho Park a moment before. Coming in, Glanville on this one. And Eckstein is retired. Eckstein is now 1 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt and a walk. Coming up tomorrow, more opening day action on ESPN at 1 o'clock Eastern. Kerry Wood and the Chicago Cubs and their new manager, Dusty Baker, take on Tom Glavine, his new ball club, the New York Mets, under manager Art Howe. Then on ESPN2 at the same time, the Montreal Expos and the Atlanta Braves. Greg Maddux up. By the way, Vladimir Guerrero of the Expos will not be in that game because he'll be serving a suspension for taking part in a brawl during spring training.
He's going to miss the first 2 days this season.
Sammy Sosa is 1 home run away from 500. He might hit it at Shea Stadium against Glavine. Pretty good test, though, in that ballpark against a great pitcher like Glavine. But Slammin' Sammy has that flair for the dramatic. They hit one in the big city on opening day. 1-2 the count now to Darren Erstad. Erstad 0 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Next Sunday we'll see these same Angels against Oakland. Remember, the Angels won the World Series last year, but they did not beat Oakland for the Western Division title. Oakland finished 4 games ahead of them. Anaheim was the wild card team, and they went all the way through. So we'll see that. That means 2 heavyweights. And, you know, when you have those games within the division, even early in the year, I mean, the reason I think the Angels ended up finishing behind Oakland last year is because what happened the first 3 weeks when they were just playing Seattle, Texas, and Oakland. They couldn't beat those teams. And it's like they never recovered. Foltz throws out Erstad. And Aaron Foltz, the former San Francisco Giant, has thrown 2 great innings in this one.
Morning. Good morning. Hiring that mascot to promote your new breakfast bar was a great idea. Yeah.
Cinnamon rolls! Get them while they're hot, hot, hot! Go, 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 go! Get your cinnamon rolls! Yes! Go, 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 go! Cinnamon rolls!
He doesn't
Get them while
work
they're hot,
here.
hot, 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 hot! Go, 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 go! Oh, hot and delicious cinnamon rolls, cinnamon rolls!
Rated E for everyone.
Say hello to modern technology. The new Infiniti M45. The muscle car with brains.
Starting a small business takes a burning entrepreneurial spirit, a singular bold vision, the courage to fight an endless uphill battle. But that's not all you need. Oh no.
I need some furniture.
Not to mention the tools to manage your cash flow. That's why you need the Visa business card, because Jules Seltzer Furniture, like many other places, doesn't accept any card from American Express.
I love these chairs.
Visa Business, it's everywhere you want to be. Get started at Visa.com.
Coming up on SportsCenter, it's down to 4. Who's Nolan's bound? Play ball. The champions host A-Rod. Love rules at the TPC. And Shaq Daddy speaks in our Sunday conversation. SportsCenter on ESPN.
This is one of the World Series heroes from last October, Brendan Donnelly, who, like Ben Weber, was a well-traveled pitcher. He'd been everywhere, including 3 different independent leagues. He'd been released by 8 different organizations, and yet he became a key man for the Angels. It all came together for him. And in Game 7, he pitched 2 shutout innings for the Giants, almost really sealing their fate. The ball fouled away against Donnelly by Michael Young. Here, 6-3, Texas ahead in the 8th.
Well, he got them to the point where they could bring in Rodriguez and then bring in Percival to close it. And I mentioned this last year, John, and I think it's really a smart move by the Angels. They went down to the minor leagues, found some guys who had travel, and it takes guys a long time to learn to pitch sometimes, and these guys know how to pitch.
Coming on in a hurry is Salmon, and he makes the catch. Nice play.
I'd like to see that again.
Well, we have that capability, Joe.
And you can see that, watch his wrist. He clearly gets his glove down underneath and makes the catch. Nice play there by Salmon.
43,525, the paid crowd here at Edison Field, a sellout for opening night. You know, the Angels sold about as Einar Diaz, the catcher, takes ball 1. Diaz has doubled, popped out twice. He's 1 for 3. 6-3, Texas leading here. They said they sold 7,000 more season tickets than last year. There are over 20,000 season tickets for the year. And they think that they could draw anywhere from 500 to 700,000 more fans this year than they did last year.
If they stand a pennant race, you know, there's an outside chance that they could get 3 million. So it'd be kind of interesting for a team like the Angels. But they're going to have to stay, you know, they'd have to be in the race.
And that's a ball too high. 3-0 to Diaz. Doug Glanville on deck. That's the view from high above Edison Field from the Goodyear blimp, Spirit of America. 2003 is the 105th anniversary of Goodyear and the 78th for their blimp. It's a strike, 3-1 now.
John, one of the things that has me excited about this season is that I think that for the first time in a long time, there are a lot of teams that have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
And that's ball 4.
You know, we've been in a position where we said only the big market teams could win or something, you know, along those lines. I think now we have a situation where there are a lot of teams who are going to contend that, you know, we're not familiar with. I think there are at least 15, maybe 18 teams that I think can get into the playoffs this year in both leagues. Whereas in the past we kept saying, well, it's just the guys with all the money and so forth and so on. I think that's a little different now.
Well, you mentioned that in the American League, your sleeper team is Texas.
Right.
And I didn't ask you to define that exactly.
Okay.
But I may hear a little bit. As Doug Glanville comes up, runner at first, 1 out.
I'll think about it then.
Yeah, come up with a good definition.
Yeah.
But in the National League, we're going to see a team tomorrow. And I don't know if I'm going to use the term sleeper team, but okay. I'm interested in this ball club. Lloyd McClendon's the manager. Right. And I don't look at them as a pennant contender right now, but I look at them as being a lot better than maybe people think.
Yeah, but
I think the Pittsburgh Pirates got a pretty good ball club put together this year.
I agree, and that's one of the teams that I think they have a chance of making the playoffs. I know it sounds strange, but a lot of things could happen positive for them, and I think they could get into the playoffs.
That one actually was a fair ball, caught by Gloss. Glanville retired on the pop-out. He is now 1 for 4 with a walk. Diaz still at first, 2 down. ESPN Game Track. Brad Fulmer, the first pitch he saw this year, he ripped for a single to tie up the ball game in the first inning, 1-1. But then, with the Angels ahead 2-1 in the 4th, Michael Young hit the season's first home run And it was a crusher, a 3-run shot. Then Alex Rodriguez, the first spectacular home run of the season. Number 299 of his career, way up into the bleachers beyond both bullpens. And later, Juan Gonzalez also homered. Texas has a 6-3 lead. Carl Everett, high, deep, and foul. It does. I mean, Pittsburgh could contend.
Right.
I look at Pittsburgh as the way I kind of looked at Minnesota a couple of years ago. You know, they had all of a sudden some pretty good young pitching and some good young talent. Pittsburgh's got, I think, one of the best players in the game, Brian Giles.
One of the most underrated players.
Absolutely.
He's not really underrated by us or people that know the game, but they think of a lot of other players. When you start talking about the best players in the league, it takes a while to get to him for something.
You know, I finally realized that I was underrating him. I always thought he was good, but I really underrated how good he was. Because he was, I mean, last year he was all alone in that Pirates lineup. Aramis Ramirez had a terrible year. He had no protection whatsoever. Nobody getting out in front of him. Nobody protecting him from behind. And he hit 38 homers, hit around 300, and he walked 138 times. There's Francisco Cordero, hard-throwing right-hander up in the Rangers bullpen. We're in the 8th inning. That's a foul back out of play. Anyway, we'll see all those guys tomorrow in Cincinnati. We're really looking forward to seeing the beautiful new home of the Cincinnati Reds, the great America ballpark.
And of course, we get to see one of the great sluggers in the game, Ken Griffey Jr. And everyone's pulling for him to stay healthy so he can rebound and get back to where he was 3 years ago.
Well, and the reports I was reading out of Florida indicate that he's looking pretty good.
Right.
And they've got some great young talent, guys like Austin Kearns and Adam Dunn and Brandon Larson. Cubs Mets at 1 o'clock on ESPN. Expos Braves at 1 o'clock on ESPN2. And we'll have the Pirates and Reds from Cincinnati in the new ballpark, 4 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. At the same time, Brewers Cardinals at Busch Stadium on ESPN2. And then the primetime game, 7 Eastern, the Yankees in Toronto. And Carl Everett with a base hit to center. That's his second hit, and it keeps the inning going for Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez 1 home run away from 300. He hit number 299 back in the 5th, and it was breathtaking. Halfway up in the bleachers beyond both of those bullpens. What would that be? 450 feet? I mean, that went out there. 450 or 450 miles. His only hit of the night. It was a beauty. High in the air. This will stay in the yard. Out goes Eckstein on the run. Garrett Anderson. 2 men left for Texas. Now the big hit is coming up. Tim Salmon, Garrett Anderson, Brad Fulmer. 6-3. Texas leading.
Coming up on SportsCenter, it's down to 4. Who's Nolans bound? Play ball. The champions host A-Rod. Love rules at the TPC. And Shaq Daddy speaks in our Sunday conversation. SportsCenter on ESPN.
ESPN HD. Sponsored by Philips and Best Buy.
You see an energy crisis crippling a city. At Franklin Templeton Investments, we saw a chance to uncover value in a troubled utility through the hands-on approach of our Mutual Series fund managers. Generating returns for shareholders in situations like this requires a unique perspective, the kind that has made Mutual Series a leader in value investing. Franklin Templeton Investments. Gain from our perspective.
The players. The experts.
His track record's pretty flawless.
The definitive source for everything baseball. Catch all the scores and highlights from around the league. Baseball tonight, all season long on ESPN and ESPN2.
We have an appointment to see the experts.
Do you think they can help us? I believe we have the answer. And here's our panel of experts.
So obvious.
They have sold over 25,000 cars in just a few years. Piece of cake. They have serviced over 128,000 vehicles and have thousands of happy customers. Feels so easy. And of course, the most important thing is being treated like family. The experts agree. It's unanimous.
Family Toyota and Family Honda, the second happiest places on earth.
A team that's the best at what they do. Do you know who they are?
Howard's, of course.
That's right. At Howard's, you'll find a huge selection of big screens.
Well, their selection of brand name appliances is the largest in Southern California.
You know that Howard's also has guaranteed low prices.
And next day delivery 7 days a week.
No wonder they're at the top of the standings year after year.
You sound like some sort of baseball player or something.
Close.
Discover the difference at Howard's. And now shop online at howards.com.
Welcome back to ESPN's Major League Baseball opening night, presented by the Home Depot. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Here we go again. Major League Baseball underway. Happy New Year, baseball fans everywhere. And the Texas Rangers trying to show that any hope for a better season is well-founded here in opening night by showing a strong bullpen. The bullpen, which was horrendous last year. They had 33 blown saves. They had more blown saves than any bullpen since 1990. So many was the game where they were leading into the late innings only to lose that game. The big hitters up. Tim Salmon against Francisco Cordero, the 27-year-old right-hander, who ended up being the closer at the end of last year. There's Uguet Urbina, the veteran closer, had 40 saves for the Red Sox last year. So now Cordero is a setup man in front of him. 6-3. This Angel club, which was a great comeback team last year, as we saw all through October. Fastball in there for a strike, but Aaron Foltz, 2 brilliant innings, only allowed 1 hit, no walks. He was a strike throwing machine when he was in there. Now Cordero in to face the big hitters here in the 8th inning.
And that was one of the things that Buck Showalter said to us, is being able to get to their closers.
To the count. Oh man, he made short work of Tim Salmon. Some 96-mile-an-hour gas right there. First time that Salmon has been retired this year.
That's some high heat up and away. You can see he's a little tardy on it.
Now Garrett Edison comes up. 6-3. The Rangers leading the Angels. Last of the 8th inning. 1 out. Anderson drove in a run with a single back in the 3rd inning. 1-1 to Garrett. Didn't seem to care for that call. But you know, this Texas staff tonight has been throwing strikes.
Yes.
I mean, I kind of kiddingly called Foltz a strike throwing machine. The whole staff has been throwing strikes all night long. That was just now the 91st pitch thrown by the Texas pitchers. And only the 25th that was not a strike.
Well, we talked about the fact the strength of Valdez is that he does throw strikes with all of his pitches. And they have not walked.
There is Young. And Anderson is gone. 2 down. Fans, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. FansMLB.com has the widest selection of items for the team you love. Shop MLB.com, the official site of wearing your heart on your sleeve, cap, pullover, and lots more. MLB.com.
John, while we have a quick moment here, I want to wish Don Baylor and his wife Becky and their family, send our well wishes to him and his battle of. He's going to be battling cancer, and true warrior as he is, he's going to continue to coach while he takes his treatments. So I tried to call Don today. I wasn't able to get him, but I want to wish him well in his fight.
Don Baylor, one of baseball's stand-up guys.
Right. And a big hero here in Angel Land. I mean, I was
an MVP here.
Yeah, I was in Jackie Autry, Gene Autry's widow.
I was in her box, you know, and there's a big picture of Don Baylor on the wall.
I believe it was 139 runs back in '79 to lead the Angels to the division title. 1-2 the count to Brad Fulmer. He's 1 for 3 in the game. 2 down and nobody on. Cordero trying to shut down the big part of the Angels batting order here late in the game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. By the way, I got some bad news today. The guy who was my partner as a broadcaster for the Texas Rangers many years ago, Bill Merrill, broadcast Rangers games for 8 years in the 70s and 80s. And we were very sad to learn that he passed away this weekend. And my prayers and best wishes go out to Bill's family, Mark and Bill Jr. We used to call Bill Jr. Little Bill. Three balls and 2 strikes. There's the Rangers radio broadcast today, and that's Eric Nadel, who also worked with Bill Merrill. Eric has been broadcasting Rangers baseball. He's on the right since 1979. He broke in with me as well.
I was going to say, you used to be in that box over there, huh?
Yeah. He was the guy who used to say, "That's right, John. Excellent point." Vince Cotroneo, his partner. And that is ball 4. Eric is one of the deans of local broadcasting. This is the start of his, 25th year with the Rangers. All right, a little ray of hope there for the Angels to get a man on the second walk of the night by Texas pitching. Our coverage of the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship continues tomorrow on ESPN, 7:30 Eastern, the Mid-East Regional Final. Villanova and Tennessee at 9:30, the Midwest Regional Final. Texas Tech and Duke, top 2 seeds. It will be on ESPN. Here is Troy Gloss. He's hit into a force play and has had 2 singles. And slider for a called strike.
Right on the outside corner. Nice pitch.
We're in the last of the 8th inning. Well, you know, last year on opening night, we were right here. And Bartolo Colon of Cleveland pitched a shutout. I mean, he just dominated the Angels. Made them look bad. Slider misses. He pitched a complete game. Shutout. He beat Jerry. 6-0 was the final. And the Angels couldn't beat anybody for the next 3 weeks after that. They were 6-14 to start the season. They were 10.5 back of Seattle at that time. And yet they came out and won the World Series. Washburn, by the way, injured his shoulder in pitcher's fielding practice during spring training. But he threw 7 1/3 innings in a minor league camp game in Mesa, Arizona earlier today. Threw 93 pitches, so everything is looking very good for him. He probably will make his first start next Saturday in Oakland. They went 6-14, and the rest of the year they won almost 2/3 of their games from then on. And they love the wild card concept. And then it wasn't until almost all of that was over with that man came in the scene. K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez. He did most of his pitching after the season. We don't know that much about him as a regular season pitcher yet.
We don't know if he can perform in the regular season, right? But we know what he can do in the postseason.
He won a World Series game before he ever won a regular season game. No swing. 2-2 the count to Gloss, who's had 2 singles tonight. And they wouldn't mind a single right here. That would give Scott Spezio a chance to tie the game. Francisco Cordero. The designer version of the Valley Monkey out there. Oh, man. Slider got him, and the inning is over. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Cordero. Now, Juan Gonzalez, Rafael Palmeiro, and Ruben Sierra coming up for Texas. 6-3 Rangers.
When Bill asked for some help with his retirement, I said, "Well, what's your goal?" He said, "You're looking at it."
We live where you live.
Now the same State Farm agent who helped you plan for just in case can help you plan what could be with IRAs and other retirement options.
Looks good to me. Let's go fishing.
For help with banking, insurance, and investing, talk to your agent today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So, how about this one?
We did say no ranches, right?
Yeah. Well, plenty more where that came from. This next one is more of a colonial-inspired ranch.
It's still a ranch.
Did your real estate agent listen to you? Century 21 pledge point number 13. Century 21 agents only show you houses you want to see.
This one's more of a Tudor-inspired ranch.
No, it's not.
Just one of the ways to help reduce the stress of buying real estate. Century 21, real estate for your world.
Hot Sims, hot tubs, hot action. Brace yourself. The Sims are on your console. Rated T for teen.
EA Games.
Challenge everything.
K-Swiss, break it down like this. Break it down, K-Swiss. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. They're the classics, if you're gonna ask, kid. With an old school vibe that's outlasted. They're just a blast from the past, what's got them all past. Still in the race, no disgrace, and never last, kid. Can't stop, won't stop, never quits. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss.
Baseball is back. And here we are at Edison Field in Anaheim. The defending world champion Angels are down, though, 6-3 as we start the ninth inning. Brendan Donnelly to face Juan Gonzalez, the Texas cleanup hitter. And he throws him a called strike. Gonzalez has singled home a run, grounded out, doubled, and homered. So if he hits a triple here, he'll have the cycle on opening night. To the screen. 0-2 the count. Well, the rally monkey has not had any effect on the Rangers so far tonight. And I don't know if you've had a chance to see the new ESPN Sports Center promo featuring the rally monkey. What's that? Is that the rally frog?
I don't know.
Has a pop foul out of play. I mean, it's a pretty bad looking monkey.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that can be classified as a monkey.
It looks like a frog.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to give it a froggy.
Yeah, now that's a monkey. Remember that? You remember a song from, I think it was in the 50s or 60s? Does your monkey walk the dog?
No.
Oh, come on.
Was I born there? Yeah.
Under the glove of Gloss. Might have gotten a piece of it. Gonzalez is going to try for two. And the throw is not in time. Nice fadeaway slide there by Gonzalez. It'll be an error on Gloss. Well, the rally monkey is currently starring in an ESPN Sports Center promo. Let's take a look.
Look, since you've arrived, the energy's way up. There's a zip to these shows that wasn't there before, and you deserve a lot of the credit for it. I could sit here all day, blow sunshine up your butt, but the fact is, the economy's bad. We gotta cut back. We gotta let you go. I'm sorry. That's not gonna work. Sorry.
That's okay. You know, I think I've worked for that guy before myself. Gonzalez at second after the error by Gloss, and Rafael Palmeiro taking strike one here. Palmeiro tonight has walked, flied out, been safe in an error. That was by John Lackey, and he has flied out deep to right. 0 for 3. And that's off the outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Palmeiro. Well, Sammy Sosa is one of 4 hitters who seems to be set up nicely to with the possibility of reaching 500 home runs this year. Let's take a look from mass cam at that last pitch. One ball, one strike to Palmeiro. And that's down and in. 2-1. By the way, Uget Urbina, the Rangers closer, is up in the bullpen, and Esteban Yan on the right-hand side there, number 43, has joined him. And it could be that if the Rangers add another run here where it would no longer be a safe situation, then that may decide which one of those two guys Buck Showalter brings in. 2-1 the count. Palmeiro fouled that one off his foot. 2-2. In the Angel bullpen, Scott Shields, a right-hander, is warming up. Now, these two teams did not play tomorrow. There's not another game until Tuesday. So I suppose if you're Buck Showalter, you could justify bringing in Urbina no matter what the score is. Just
get him some work.
Keep him fresh, you know, or keep him working regularly. A lot of times closers are a little sharper if they work at least on a somewhat regular basis. That's a high foul out of play. Urbina did pitch Friday in an exhibition game in San Francisco. Speaking of which, as we start this new season, Joe, the Cubs will play at Shea tomorrow. Both of those teams have new managers. I mean, and kind of ironic that they're managing against each other. They both left the Bay Area after great seasons, right? Yeah. Dusty Baker managed his Giants into a World Series. Now he's the Cubs manager. Art Howe won the Western Division title again in the American League. 103 wins. He's now managing the Mets. Eckstein, he got to it. Nice play. Robbing Palmeiro of a blue pitch.
Very nice play by Eckstein, but a great pitch by Donnelly right in on the hands. Look at that pitch right on the hands, and you see Eckstein gets a pretty good jump.
Earl Hershiser had a comment from the dugout.
Oh, that's a thing, because they broke the other way. What a play. That son of a gun, he can really do it.
So he was sure that it was a thing, and it turned out not to be. Here is Ruben Sierra, and that's a strike from Donnelly.
Well, that's real inside baseball talk, a thing.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Did you get a few during your day?
No, they caught mine, but a lot of guys got a lot of those things. All mine were clean.
Okay.
Line drives.
That's right. So if you hit a bloop like that, you didn't want it to fall in.
I didn't say that.
So you were a very unlucky player in your career.
Yeah. Let's see if he did break the wrong way, as Hershiser said. No, he did a good job. He broke right away.
Well, I think he was looking at gloss.
He broke, but he broke right away. You automatically follow the ball as an infielder.
Yeah. No, but I think he thought Earl was looking at gloss. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it was kind of right over Gloss's head.
Yeah. But that's the one thing, as an infielder, you automatically start wherever the ball, in whichever direction the ball starts. Even if you can't get it, a long fly ball to right field, you automatically start that way if you're the shortstop.
Earl, in his new life as a pitching coach, and in a way, he's still working for us at ESPN. 2-2 the count. Give us a little inside baseball talk right there. You know, you're lucky probably that you even made the Hall of Fame. Another guy used to work for us, Buck Showalter.
Yeah. I try not to use that terminology on the air, but I think it is great. A thing.
A thing.
Yeah, I try not to use that, but.
And Sierra strikes out. Number 2. Well, we showed you that Rally Monkey promo, and we have some outtakes of the Rally Monkey. Since we're in Anaheim, let's take a look.
Look, since you arrived, the energy's real high. There's a real zip to the show. All right. I'm looking for whatever you can do. Good. Look, between you and me, this is not me. That's some good luck.
Hank Blaylock into shallow left, and Eckstein gets to that one as well. So the rally monkey has not been able to get it done so far for the Angels tonight. Last chance, last of the night. Spezio coming up.
Rejuvenate your 75,000-mile engine with Pennzoil High Mileage Vehicle. The motor oil specially formulated for the needs of your older, wiser vehicle. Pennzoil, we're driving protection.
K-Swiss. Here we go, y'all. Part 2. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. Let me introduce the K-Swiss Nito. You can rock anywhere, anytime that you'll be seen, yo. With a flip of the wrist and a twist, you get a whole new vibe from K-Swiss that I'll never miss. Classic style with a new school twist. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss. Got love for my shoes, K-Swiss.
Hey, Bob. Hey. You get a new haircut?
No.
Hey, Bob. Hey. Did you lose weight?
Your jacket, Bob?
Nope.
What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com.
Called the sitter, I walked the dog, and I saw the doctor.
Ask your doctor and see the difference.
Welcome back to ESPN coverage of opening night in the major leagues. A reminder now, our next ESPN HD telecast on the HD service coming up on Tuesday. Telecast 4 Pacific, the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship, the East Regional Final, Purdue and UConn. Be sure and call your local cable operator or satellite provider for more information about getting the ESPN HD service if it's not already available in your area. Our HD service debut telecast coming from Anaheim tonight. And the Angel fans here, a sellout crowd, the ones who are still here trying to rally their Angels on against Uget Urbina. The veteran closer, 40 saves for the Red Sox last year. And with Aaron Fultz and Francisco Cordero doing the heavy lifting the last 3 innings, they've set it up nicely here for their closer. I mean, you come in with a 3-run lead, nobody on base. That's about as nice a save opportunity as a closer will ever get. Perfect. Scott Spezio. That looked like one of those 2-strike hacks against Felix Rodriguez of the Giants last October.
Well, it was about the same type of pitch. 95-mile-an-hour fastball up.
Now, Urbina throws real hard, but he also has a tremendous changeup. The other night I saw him pitch in San Francisco, Joe, and his changeup was 17, 18 mile an hour slower than his fastball. Huge differential. 0-2 the count. And he struck him out with a, might have been a slider in under the hand.
Something off speed. That is a cutter, more of a cut fastball or a slider. You can see the hole in it, so that's a slider.
Now Benji Molina, 1 out. One ball and no strikes. Would have been a lot of positives for the Texas Rangers. It was just 1 game out of 162, but a lot of the things that they were hoping to see this year over the next 6 months, they have seen tonight.
When you're a losing team and trying to move to the top, every single game and every victory is important.
Jammed him, and that foul will go out of play.
Because you're trying to set the tone and change your personality of the team. And
get yourself in the right mode to chase a pennant.
So these are big games right away for Texas in that standpoint. SportsCenter coming up next with hosts Stuart Scott and Kevin Frazier. Top seed Blues, opening night in baseball, and a conversation with Shaq. SportsCenter right after the game. Stay tuned. Molina 0 for 3. A ball and a strike. Urbina misses outside. 2 balls and a strike. Well, again, their first 19 games, and I'm talking about Texas, are against Anaheim, the World Series champion, Oakland, the Western Division champion, and Seattle, a team that won 93 games. And then after they play those 19, they play the Red Sox and the Yankees for 6 games. So their first 25 games are about as tough as you can get in the American League. Broken bat, Blute, Glanville gets there. 2 down. The Angels have not had a hit since the 6th inning. They've only had 1 hit, and only 2 men have reached base against the Texas bullpen in 3 2/3 innings.
That bat just shatters right off. He hits it right off the end, and it just shatters.
2 down, and Adam Kennedy comes up. Of course, the Angels would like to get off to a better start than they got off to last year. 6 14, which for 3 weeks into the season was the worst they'd ever done. On the other hand, Joe, I guess there's a different way of looking at it. They've never won an opening night game in years where they've won the World Series.
Well, they also know that they can come back from a dismal start. The Rangers are just the opposite. That's why the games are so much more important for them at the beginning of the season.
1 ball, 1 strike to Kennedy. He's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. John Lackey went the first 5. He stayed in the dugout to root his teammates on. But the 5 runs the Rangers put on the board against him put the Angels in a hole, and they've not been able to climb out of it. There's that changeup I was talking about. Look at that. He's been throwing 94, 95, and he threw a 76-mile-an-hour changeup.
It looked like it was just floating as Valdez comes back out to watch. I mean, this ball looked like it was just floating. Look how far out in front that he has Kennedy. Kennedy was way out front.
1 and 2 strikes. Glanville and the Texas Rangers are the winners on opening night. They hit 3 homers, and then they get 4 scoreless innings from their bullpen, allowing just 1 hit and a flawless night on defense. The 2003 season is underway. Texas is atop the West, at least for a night. SportsCenter coming up next. For Joe Morgan and our entire ESPN crew, I'm John Miller. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.